general theory of collaboration.
In 2020, everyone is either a collaborator or a dissident. Everything is about power. Everything has to have a side. Everyone knows what side they should pick. Pick it, and you're a collaborator. Reject it, a dissident. Nor are these labels chosen to mean that dissidents are always right and collaborators always wrong. Far from it. Sometimes power is right, sometimes power is wrong. Always and everywhere, power defines and is defined by what you should think, do, and say if you wish to flourish. This is the only sure way to know whether you are a dissident or a collaborator. Are you or are you not on the side of power? If your actions were completely selfish, if you were an utterly egocentric sociopath, if your only goal was to get ahead and make a good impression, what would you pretend to believe? What words, what ideas would drip from your mouth? And to whose newsletter would you subscribe? This side is the side of power. To take power's side is to collaborate. To stand against it is to dissent. And this does not tell us who is right or wrong. Real life is not a movie. If there is some cheap, inaccurate formula for right and wrong, how would any wrong remain? Both sides cannot be right. Both sides can certainly be wrong. Most people do just pick one side. Probably neither is perfect. Every question can have a different answer. To get every answer right, you may have to be both a dissident and a collaborator. Also, most people have both a conscience and a career. And while factional schisms between collaborators are superficial, there are genuinely infinite varieties of dissident. Most of them are extinct. Many have never existed. That they all disagree does not make them all wrong. Just at least all but one. You cannot just trust some absurd internet grifter guru on everything or anything. You may have to recover the truth from a long dead tradition. You may even have to invent it. It is hard to be a dissident, but it can also be kind of fun. You also have your own life. You have to care about that too. It's all very stressful, but also it's all very exciting. This kind of stressful, exciting situation makes one sort of person ask, which side should I fight for? Or, how can the dissidents win? Or even, how can we crush the dissidents? These are certainly interesting questions. Another sort of person asks, how did we get here? How can I get out? How can we get out? What would getting out even mean? What else is there? What else could there be? Can we imagine any possible way in which all these increasingly strange and dangerous manias could turn themselves off, and everything could just be sensible, not scary, work, and work well? If you have found yourself asking this other type of question, perhaps you are not interested in spending the rest of your life as either a collaborator or a dissident. This text is for you. Unfortunately, I don't see any short, easy, right answers. My answers are long, hard, and very likely wrong. Maybe someone else can do better with the same questions. But the fundamental problem is simply the distance from here to sanity, which I believe is far greater than almost anyone imagines. In the first chapter, we'll explain the nature and condition of our current regime, with a special emphasis on why it's broken, cannot be fixed, and merits neither your fealty nor your odium, and how to be neither a collaborator nor a dissident. The crisis of universal relevance. In 2020, everyone is relevant. In 2020, anyone can be important. In 2020, anyone's ideas can spread around the world in seconds. In 1990, this was exactly what we wanted. In 1990, anyone with a Usenet account could see the future perfectly. In 1990, you didn't even need to be John Perry Barlow. In 2020, the network would be the government. For the first time, direct democracy would scale. In 2020, everyone would be their own representative in some planetary assembly. In 2020, we would have real democracy, routed over TCP/IP to everything on Planet 3 with 2 legs that wasn't a bird. And in 2020, everyone would be relevant. A new dream? Not even slightly. In 1842, Tennyson had pretty much the same vision. Not in vain the distance beacons, forward, forward, let us range. Let the great world spin forever down the ringing grooves of change. till the war drum throbs no longer, and the battle flags are furled. In the parliament of man, the federation of the world. There the common sense of most shall hold a fretful realm in awe, and the kindly earth shall slumber, lapped in universal law. In 2020, the results are in. It happened. In 2020, everyone is relevant, and in 2020, everyone is either a collaborator or a dissident. In 1882, Tennyson wrote a sequel to his 40-year-old poem, which painted the outcome of his dream, more or less the dream of the European revolutions of 1848. Pluck the mighty from their seats, but set no weak ones in their place. Pillory wisdom in your markets, fling their offal in her face. Tumble nature heel over head, and, yelling with the yelling street, set the feet above the brain and swear the brain is in the feet. Bring the dark old ages back without the faith, without the hope. Break the state, the church, the throne, and roll their ruins down the slope. It seems the dude had a change of heart. Maybe we have something to learn from him. Maybe we already learned it the hard way. Even for its MPs, it turns out, the Parliament of Man, now aka social media, is a terrible experience, sometimes even a terrifying one. It does make universal laws. These are also terrible, and terribly executed. It is superficial and lazy to blame this nasty surprise on the internet, or Twitter, or whatever tech. Tennyson got much the same democratic shock from rail, broadsheet, and telegraph. New devices have brought old dreams new life. These dreams made flesh have whips and fangs we never dreamed. We never ordered any nightmares. We're not dreaming these lashes, burns, and stings. Should we question the tech? The tech is here to stay. No, we must summon all the courage we have and question our dreams. How do we actually know they weren't nightmares all along? Stop trying to change the world. There is nothing historically unusual about all this. We are just living in a total state. Nor is this new. It has been true our whole lives. It's just getting harder to hide. In a total state, everyone and everything is infused with power. Everyone matters. Everything is important. Everyone has to care. Everyone wants to change the world. Everyone must be engaged. Everyone is pushing power forward or pushing back against it. Everyone is either a collaborator or a dissident. Power has turned the whole country into a political cult. Anyone who reads Václav Havel's Power of the Powerless will be struck by Havel's portrait of Czechoslovakia 40 years ago, with its voluntary window slogans, its endless parade of crusades, its inexorable machinery of human cancellation. Havel had the right strategy for the subjects of the total state. First, they must teach themselves to be powerless. They must fully inhabit their private irrelevance. Above all, they must stop trying to change the world. Whatever power they think they have now, it is power in a fantasy. Until they check out of this fantasy, they are powerless in reality. And this is true even of the most successful people in the world today. Engagement and detachment. This is a weird theory. Let's define some jargon to make it more precise. Engagement is any voluntary relationship with power, to assist or resist power, whether in action or just desire. If you are trying to change the world, even if you just want to change it, maybe even if you just want it to change, you are engaged. The opposite of engagement is detachment. To be detached is to be consciously irrelevant, to inhabit the world as it is, to know that it is likely to continue on its current path and to separate yourself from any action or desire to change it. No one can achieve perfect detachment, which is the point of trying. Engagement is not compliance. Compliance is involuntary action. Engagement is voluntary action or desire for action. Compliance is paying your taxes. Engagement is putting a sign on your lawn. Detachment is weird. Anything weird in your lifestyle will commend your attorneys to the most meticulous possible compliance. Detachment is not dissidence. Detachment never resists. It does nothing against any person or institution, legal or illegal, violent or non-violent. It does not even try to influence public policy or public opinion. It is never angry, it never cares, and it always obeys, both the formal laws and the informal rules. Detachment is a hard spiritual task in which no one can succeed perfectly. It is not a fact or even an idea. Detachment, like Zen, is a practice. And while serious Zen practice involves hours of painful sitting that can cause hemorrhoids and even nerve damage, how hard can it be to practice not giving a shit? Achieving detachment has both individual and collective benefits. It is good for you if you can do it. It is good for everyone if everyone can do it. We'll see how this works as we move forward, but Havel, 10 years later, was president of Czechoslovakia. The irony of detachment. It's the first step on the one path to a different government. And while that path is long, its first step may be the hardest. Evolution of the total state. But before the path to the future, the road from the past. How did things even get this way? Let's start by looking at why everything in 2020 is so political. If we go back to the early Pleistocene, we should have the root causes covered. We will have to indulge in some really sweeping, inaccurate generalizations. Pre-civilized societies were total states. Everyone was relevant. The unit of power was the tribe. Everyone was a soldier or worker of the tribe. Everyone was about the tribe. So everything was political. Many human social instincts evolved in this period. Not all these instincts are assets today. Pre-modern civilizations were partial states, in which power only concerned a small set of rulers or regime. Everyone else was a subject, under the regime's unconditional sovereignty. The invention of subjection was the invention of civilization. It let state and society scale beyond the size of a tribe. A pure subject has no emotional relationship with power. Power demands nothing but physical compliance. Minimal compliance is non-aggression plus taxation. Le libertarian paradise. While real history was never so pure, this abstraction is a normal civilized condition that we can call natural detachment. Modern civilization, thanks to innovations in communication from Gutenberg to Pornhub, has returned to its beginning. In 2020, everyone is totally connected. So everyone can and must be engaged with power, just like when we were chimps. The total state is no longer content with physical compliance. It demands emotional security. Power is not just obeyed, power must be loved. And this reversion to the total state, our most ancient form of government, makes the modern regime, despite all of its toys and transistors, seem somehow surprisingly barbaric. The modern total state. We never love power directly as such. We love some good that only power can achieve, or that nothing can achieve, but only power can try to achieve. We feel that power as, in some sense, ours. Such is always and everywhere the mindset of the collaborator, who never understands that his enemies are enemies of power, not enemies of good. When we collaborate, we are acting like normal humans, paying homage to power. When we pay homage to power, we think we are making the world a better place. Sometimes we even are, but we are always paying homage to power. But when power has our emoluments and our compliance, why does it need our homage? Why must it pester us so for the mere trinket of love? Because it feels insecure. Power always feels insecure. Everyone wants power, so it should feel insecure. And the worse its performance, the more insecure power feels. Because the more insecure it is, so the more homage it must demand. Of course, there is no conspiracy. This is historical evolution, not intelligent design. This is why we should and do distrust Orwellian total states. It's not because big lies are so bad in and of themselves. The problem is whatever makes the lies necessary. Systematic mendacity and poor governance are common comorbidities. The closer a regime feels itself to death, the worse its behavior must become. The worse its behavior gets, the closer it comes to death, and the harder it must work to look good. And every regime, to almost everyone, looks absolutely immortal till the day it dies. Psychological security and political formulas. Orwellian is a bit of a slur. A more objective way to describe our late modern regime is that it finds itself heavily invested in psychological security. All regimes depend on the affection of their subjects. In some, this affection flows naturally from consistent performance and customer satisfaction. Almost no security is needed. In others, it must be more engineered. This can never be done perfectly, so physical security is always necessary. But psychological security is always cheaper. An aging regime has a face like a boot, a face only a mother could love. Power still needs everyone to love it, at least everyone in the ruling class. Since no one will openly kiss a boot, power needs its Jedi mind tricks. In the modern world, the general pattern of these tricks is to project some illusion which makes you yourself feel subjectively relevant. Objectively, you are delegating power to others. You do not literally love power, you love the good. When you collaborate, you generally win. Your good can even win, but power always wins. The 19th century Italian political scientist Gaetano Mosca named these tricks political formulas. An oligarchy is not a conspiracy. No one designs today's political formulas. They evolve. The proper concern is neither the formulas nor those who follow them. It is the structural landscape that makes them inevitable and successful. One aspect of that landscape will always be our power-seeking chimp psychology, as regretted by American statesmen as venerable as John Adams and Abraham Lincoln, which is unfortunately all too well adapted to the total state. Since the human brain is an invariant, the only variable aspect of the landscape is the structure of the state.
The Home Inspector's diagnosis.
Our structural problem is systematic power leakage. Everything is political because everything in the government leaks power. A power leak confers sovereign power on an individual or institution not formally entrusted with it. This is like leaking nutrients into a lake. Its ecosystem becomes specialized for disgusting, nutrient-loving algae. Blame the leak, not the lake. At the organizational level, power leakage grants many institutions outside the formal government substantial effective sovereignty over public policy. At the individual level, it lets everyone feel important, outside their formal powers, like the right to vote. Systematic power leakage lets everyone feel important, even outside their legal political rights. And many institutions outside the government proper hold an enormous amount of power over it. It seems completely normal to everyone. It is not. It is evil. Mere power leaks, just an engineering problem in the structure of our government, if a quite unfixable one, cause most of the evil in the world today. Most evil is done by unaccountable power. Most modern governments is already mostly unaccountable, but a state outside the state is profoundly, inherently, existentially, and utterly unaccountable. Its job security makes Louis XIV look like a part-time dog catcher. And this is just about non-governmental organizations, which often in practice combine sovereign authority with private immunity, the best of both worlds. Worse yet, unorganized forces, or those whose organization is not visible to the state, can practice direct state-like action. A failure to suppress such extralegal action is itself a power leak. Only collaborators can operate this way. Dissident forces in this vein are quickly crushed and punished severely. The force is once again operating as an arm of power, quite unconsciously. Its dependence on power can be concealed even from its own members, who feel they are cool rebels as they operate as the irregular auxiliaries of the Imperial Guard. These kinds of power leaks let a lot of people feel like they matter. They mean that society is not formally divided into those with power and those with none. It remains actually divided. In fact, almost no one actually has any power in the sense of affecting government policy, and those who do have little each. But since anyone could be important, anyone can feel important. Still, most of the importance this system supplies is fake. It is certainly true that everyone instinctively wants to feel important. Also, everyone instinctively wants to eat donuts. Empty calories and delusions of grandeur are not healthy. These motivations amongst the ground apes of the Pleistocene did evolve for coldly rational biological reasons. Those ancient reasons are not compelling in our current nutritional and political contexts. When we all eat donuts all the time, we all get fat. When we all feel important all the time, our government becomes dysfunctional and often actively vicious. And socially, and even professionally, we all start behaving like Robespierre's teenage girlfriend. Is it the purpose of life and history to gratify our atavistic instincts? The long-term consequences of such gratifications are usually bad. Maybe they are bad here too. The ultramodern partial state. A partial state is any state whose inhabitants are clearly divided into subjects and officials, and the latter hold unconditional sovereignty over the former. There are two principal advantages of a well-designed partial state. First, it tends to work much better. Second, its subjects, since their opinions don't matter at all, can think and say what they want. Ideally, the subjects are not even tempted to ambition, which leaves them free to dispassionately observe, analyze, imagine, and discuss. So not only is a well-designed partial regime more effective, but also more free. The partial state is the regime not of Tennyson but of Pope, who wrote in 1733, "For forms of government let fools contest, whatever's best administered is best." But isn't this autocracy dangerous? What if the officials oppress the subjects? This is absolutely a great danger. It is so great a danger that it is happening right now. Since every total state, as measured by emotional engagement with power, remains very much partial as measured by objective relevance to power. Every time you ride in a car, your own body is surrounded by forces and energies that could crush you like a cricket. That risk is not low at all. We are just used to it. But also, that risk is carefully engineered to the lowest possible level by many generations of technical craftsmanship, or at least it should be. And today is none too early to start. Does anyone believe polling the TV audience of 2020 is an effective safety measure? Every state, whether it admits it or not, has its officials and its subjects. Every state has far fewer officials than subjects, creating an inherent security problem for the former. A bad regime is insecure, with low or inconsistent performance. It must constantly engineer public opinion. A good regime is highly secure, with predictable high performance. At most, it must now and then nudge its fickle subjects towards reality. War is not peace, hate is not love, but security, not anarchy, is freedom. What does high performance in a regime mean? This is a whole chapter on its own. Most readers come in with a lot to unlearn here. It is better to start with an impressionistic, unscientific negative, just some examples of things that are bad. A bad grade in any of these fields, and many more, should disqualify any candidate. Here are some random and randomly ordered indicators of poor regime performance. Imperfect physical safety of property or person, day or night, in any public spaces. Systematic conflict, resentment, or dependence, violent, psychological, or material, between any two groups. Inability to secure the public health and safety against all biological threats. Inability to utilize all its human capital at all or near its human capacity. Inability to produce goods and services on which it systematically depends. Inability to prevail in military conflicts. There are others. Is this not enough? But the ultramodern partial state is not the pre-modern partial state. The subjects of the past were naturally detached, ignorant peasants, to put it crudely. Since the future cannot uneducate itself, it cannot resurrect this phenomenon. It needs some doctrine of conscious detachment, intentional and informed renunciation of power. It is a long way from here to the end of the path, but here is an interesting symmetry. We need this strange feature, detachment, both for the first step and the last. A unified theory of collaboration. Yeah, okay, sure. But how can we get from here to this nifty future ultramodern state? Slow down. We have to start by perfectly understanding where we are right now. No plan can succeed unless conceived and executed in the coldest, truest possible reality. If you have to set your alarm now, set it for at least a couple decades from now. Sorry. We promised a unified theory of collaboration and have delivered no such thing, because we've spent too long totally ignoring our friends, the dissidents. Obviously, any unified theory must be a theory of both collaborators and dissidents. The former are also our friends, of course. We can solve this problem in a simple, painless way, by revising our vocabulary. Let's just consider dissidents a special kind of collaborator. We can call collaborators who aren't dissidents volunteers. The difference becomes the collaborator's polarity. Volunteers are positive, and dissidents are negative. When they act, plan to act, or just fantasize about acting, volunteers and dissidents are devoted to the same type of action, either controlling the regime or, which amounts to the same thing, exercising authority outside it. They are both trying to govern, to drive power's car. Volunteers want to drive straight ahead, but faster or better. Dissidents want to turn, brake, or even reverse. Assertions on the modern regime. While the above may have taught you a bit, it has two serious flaws. First, the poetry is slightly tinkered with, just for 21st century punch. Sorry, Tennyson. Second, while I normally try to be very concrete, I can't help using the word power in a rather ethereal, even continental way. Third, anyone who has read this far may have noticed polemical statements, catchy hypotheses, stated without evidence. All of this is slightly dirty pool and needs to be apologized for, and I apologize. The next chapter will drown you like a fish in evidence, which is not the same as data. As for power, it is like the wind, easier to know which way it is blowing than where it is blowing from. The next chapter will give you a picture of where power comes from. But first, let me put these unsubstantiated claims in one place. Try agreeing with these. Hopefully you will anyway. Since volunteers and dissidents are opposed, it's easy for us to ignore what they have in common. 1. Both, obviously, are collectively engaged with power. 2. Both, not at all obviously, collectively support power. Volunteers generally intend to assist a cause, defined as a concrete public goal whose achievement will mean the world has become a better place. While achieving a voluntary goal is by no means unheard of, success is unusual enough that many popular goals are rationally impossible or even undefined. The universal objective effect of volunteering is to support a party of power. Goals which would benefit the public good but cannot generate power do not attract volunteers. Dissidents generally intend either to resist some powerful cause or to oppose power in general. Being weaker than power, dissidents tend to lose to it. Their superior honor and intelligence can prevail in an ambush or even a battle, but almost never a war. And obviously,
losing to power is a way to advance power.
And obviously, this is only the beginning of the many, many ways power can deploy the existence of dissidents, even the most talented and sincere of dissidents, to help tell a more convincing story. All regimes are like fairies. They exist if people believe in them. They all specialize in processing faith into sovereignty. This factory can process more than one kind of belief, in more than one kind of way. Pound for pound, our regime probably draws more energy from its opponents than its supporters. So everyone should disengage. Volunteers should disengage. They are probably just propping up a bad government. Dissidents should disengage. They are probably also just propping up a bad government. And there really is only one kind of collaborator, just two different brands, each crafted lovingly by evolution's inhuman hand for a different culture or personality. Both sides are objectively supporting power, which is why power is so strong. A final intervention. I have by no means proven these hypotheses, but it is easy to demonstrate them. We will do so in considerable detail, but if the case is so clear, why hasn't it prevailed? Because whether you are a dissident or a collaborator, or a bit of both, engagement creates a sense of meaning, valid or bogus, which secretes a dopamine drip that leaves you scrabbling like a junkie for any rationalization, however tenuous, of your ridiculous, pathetic, and onanistic addiction to importance in this absurd world. You cannot bring this addiction to the future. You will feel better without it. You don't need to matter at all, just to be administered best. It was always a monkey-brained status thing. Under a regime that doesn't leak power, no one outside the government proper can be addicted to power, or needs to be. Even a government job is just a job. An ultramodern partial regime is possible because it can become popular, even before it exists. It can become popular because power addicts are junkies. Junkies don't want to be on heroin. Junkies want to not need to be on heroin. Never try to take anyone's power away. Instead, understand why they feel they need that power. If you can give them a way to let go of it, they are often happy to do so. Power is fun. Power is a burden. Over time, fun decreases and burden increases. One day, the regime falls peacefully, even joyously, as soon as it has some next regime it can surrender to. And designing that regime is neither dissidence nor volunteering. Subscribe for the full saga. This premium content is absolutely free, and you should send it to all your friends. The next chapter will also be free. Subsequent chapters will be or entirely walled. It's a shitty world, and rethinking all of this crap isn't cheap, so please excuse the grift. Chapter 2. The Inaction Imperative. Political detachment might seem sociopathic. It isn't. Almost 250 years ago, in a city that has vanished, the philosopher Immanuel Kant, a single shelf of whose work, to paraphrase Macaulay, is worth more than all of 21st century literature, proposed an ethical standard for collective action. The Kantian categorical imperative, an early cousin of game theory, tells us that everyone should act as if their actions formed a universal rule whose results are best for everyone. Lying, cheating, and stealing might bring you good results, but if we all followed this universal rule of rampant dishonesty, life would suck for everyone. Besides this kind of sound biblical advice, Kant's simple rule generates a logical explanation for our ethical motivation to perform collective actions, any act which is individually useless but collectively helpful, like voting in theory. Your one little vote will almost never matter, but if that vote is right and forms a universal rule, and everyone follows that rule and votes the same way as you, the government will do the right thing, and everyone will win. Solidarity, bro. Humans are a collective and political species. Kant didn't invent a way of thinking, he described it. Kantian logic comes naturally to us. Most people who vote or otherwise engage with collective action do so under something like the categorical imperative, even if they think Kant is a rapper. Their own personal contributions may not matter. This does not bother them. They are doing what everyone should be doing. They will do it even if no one else is doing it. In that case, they get to be the first. This makes them feel good. It should. It probably always will. And it makes them collectively strong. And it seems to morally refute the idea of political abstinence. Any 8-year-old can be taught to engage their innate Kantian social instinct. Learning to turn it off is harder. Before you even start trying to learn this lesson, you need to hear a compelling case that Kant was wrong. Also, Kant was not wrong. The detachment imperative. Kant was not wrong. For our purposes, he might as well have been. By default, you should still give up on politics, power, and even persuasion, because there is no obvious and realistic Kantian action. The detachment hypothesis suggests that your Kantian imperative is to withdraw from collective action, to resign from voluntarily participating in, contributing to, or otherwise supporting any collective goal, including but not limited to voting. Or to put it differently, Kant always recommends some action, but the only obvious Kantian action here, now, and for the indefinite future is inaction. Indefinite inaction is detachment or resignation. You are quitting your supposed job of exercising democratic power. You are not resisting the regime. You are breaking up with it. You will never stop complying with power, just caring about it. This is not a new idea. It is as old as politics itself. 19th century Russians sometimes called it inner exile, the sense of being an expat in your own country, and relating to your own regime the way any expat relates to their local regime. You're done trying to change the world. You quit that job. It didn't seem to be working anyway. And was it even paying you? You do not cease to care because you don't believe in caring. You cease because the only reason to care is to help. And you see nothing you can do that actually helps. And you see that many, even most people who are trying to help, are actually doing harm. Kant was not wrong. Kant is just in a bad place right now. Navigating this text. Chapter 1 unashamedly marketed detachment. Here in Chapter 2 we argue it, tying up some loose ends asserted but not yet demonstrated. And Chapter 3 will illustrate the objective form and structure of early 21st century sovereignty. Unfortunately, this structure puts the least fun and interesting part of the book first, and this part is unavoidably repetitive, but it has plenty of bacilli to treat. You really should take the whole 10 days of antibiotics, even if you feel better on Tuesday. But since readers of our premium content are such serious and busy people, if at any point during chapters 2 or 3 you just feel sold on detachment, please feel free to skip to Chapter 4, where the fun and interesting part starts. If by the end of 3 you do not feel sold, try a side quest to Appendix A, our premium section of custom clear pills. Your prescription will vaccinate whatever virus you walked in the door with. Read yours, read them all. If you remain unconvinced, Gray Mirror might just not be the book for you. Sure, you can plunge into Chapter 4 while still feeling engaged with power. The experiment has failed, the check engine light is on, and the management takes no responsibility for your subsequent state of mind. Also, to avoid stepping on Chapter 3's toes, Chapter 2 will keep using the abstract words power and regime as if what they meant was clear. It is clear, but it has not yet been made clear. The management apologizes for any cognitive discomfort produced by this unavoidable circularity. These concepts are mercurial animals and must be approached with care. As in Chapter 1, our conversation will stay as abstract as possible, but a couple of concrete examples are necessary. These examples may inflame old attachments, always dangerous. They are illustrations of concepts in political science. They are not proposing anything. We kindly request that you not let them trigger you. It's a trap. So why exactly is there no imperative collective action? Chapter 1 explained the case, so let's restate and prove it. Our general theory of collaboration boils down to, under the modern regime, all voluntary collective action promotes power. Anyone whose subjective intent is to act collectively with power or against it is objectively reinforcing power. Whichever side you're on, it's a trap. If this theory of collaboration is correct, it is easy to see how the present situation is a Kantian special case. If whenever you subjectively try to change the world, you are objectively trying to support the regime, and the regime does not deserve your support, here and now, your best, most ethical, most altruistic action is inaction. The theory cannot be exactly right, and it isn't. As anyone would expect from any generalization so broad, there are exceptions. There are no easy exceptions, so there is no obvious way to avoid the theory. The message is not that the traps cannot be avoided, but that if you lack some strategy to avoid them, you are in one. Also, doesn't it feel right? At least in 2020? But in 2020, or in any other year, logic is not about feels. To litigate the hypothesis that all voluntary collective action promotes power, we're going to have to methodically inspect each and every one of these traps. But first, the theory of collaboration from the top down. All collective action reinforces the regime. As in the previous chapter, we divide collective action by subjective intent, action with power, action against power, or positive and negative collaboration. Or we can just call them sides A and B. Abstraction is the anesthetic of philosophy. Voluntary individual collaboration in collective action always involves supporting, subjectively and/or objectively, some cause. Such a cause must plan to either influence the regime or work around it. By definition, every sovereign regime holds a monopoly of collective action. A regime that tolerates or encourages unofficial collective action, action neither with power nor against it, is just taking ownership of it. Therefore, all unofficial collective action is with power, or at least a healthy regime disrupts all collective action against it. We start with the observation that both A and B feel they're losing. It's easy for both sides of a conflict to both feel they're losing. They can even both be right, which is why they should both stop. Anyone should stop doing anything that keeps losing. Briefly, side A keeps losing because it keeps not realizing its dreams. Side B keeps losing because side A keeps beating it to a pulp. And both sides of the conflict, as is almost always true, perceives themselves as defending themselves or others. It is hard to tell side B that it is far too weak to ever beat side A, and even its feeble resistance is mostly counterproductive. It is hard to tell side A that most of its visions are fantasies, whose real obstacle is not side B, but reality. It is harder to tell both A and B. But let's save that one, eh? Side A. Avoid unaccountable causes. If your cause involves making the world a better place, making you what we call a volunteer or positive collaborator, how can it not be a good cause? Isn't it always good, by definition, to try to improve the world? No, it isn't always good. Your collective action is only intended to achieve this effect. You may not have checked for discrepancies between its subjectively intended and objectively predicted effects. Maybe you thought someone else did. Actually, no one did. If this is so, your cause is unaccountable, a loose cannon. When you load and fire a loose cannon, you have no idea what you're shooting at. It might hit what you're aiming at. It might hit anything else. Suppose you're sad that Trump keeps kids in cages. So you liberate a chimp from the Washington Zoo, hand him an AK-47, tell him in sign language that orange man bad, and drop him on the metro at Farragut North. This would be pretty unaccountable. Could it reunite some niños with their abuelitas? Not impossible, and not likely. Something will happen. It could be anything. Your armed chimp is just random. But the market for causes is even worse than random. It evolves. Darwin is in the house. Darwin is stochastic, but not random. Darwin always works. He never works for you. Randomness is unaccountable. Randomness is neither perverse nor mysterious. Evolution is unaccountable, perverse and mysterious. Everyone ritually assumes that our intellectual markets are selected simply for truth and righteousness, which couldn't be farther from so. Being true always helps, but many causes are competing for public attention, and there are infinite possible causes. And causes mutate, and causes replicate, by teaching, by preaching, by parenting. And since nobody has infinite neurons, all causes must compete for your neurons. And replication plus mutation plus competition equals natural selection. Whatever winners and losers the market selects, the winners will burgeon and the losers shrivel. If whatever judges pick these winners and losers are good and wise, Darwin will plant the perfect paradise. If nature, in fact, selects for vanity, folly, and cruelty, Darwin is just as happy to dig the perfect hell. And what we get is neither. Still, it is always better to be good and wise. The market still prefers good, wise causes. Sadly, this is not its only preference. There are two major issues with the selective constraints presently operating on the modern regime's marketplace for ideas, a superset of the market for causes. The first bug is a missing constraint, accountability. To be popular, ideas need not work or even make sense. Causes need not succeed or even stand a real chance. The absence of this essential constraint gives bad ideas an advantage over good ones. Evolution loves to discard any unenforced ideal. Darwin always wants to ditch the spandrel. Succeeding is always hard. For an unaccountable cause, it is a luxury. If a cause doesn't care, it has a selective advantage against one that does. Therefore, the ineffective causes can be expected to outcompete the effective ones. Unfortunate. The second bug is a spurious constraint, ambition. To prosper, a cause must express power. These ambitious causes or ideas are exciting. Dull causes rarely compete well with exciting ones. In the modern world, if all causes were dull, detachment might well be universal. No one cares about dull causes, so no one would care about anything. At least many unambitious causes driven by sound collective Kantian knowledge, such as asteroid defense, seem to attract negligible public interest in today's market for giving a shit. The ambitious cause is one that makes its supporters feel powerful, but not all power is real power. False importance has another name, vanity. There is a lot of that these days. Objective impact is always more exciting, but objective impact need not align at all with subjective intent. Impact may be totally unrelated to intent. Impact may be directly opposite intent. Impact may match intent, plus unintended consequences. Impact may even be perfect, but impact almost always objectively reinforces the regime, and almost never harms it. Why must generating power always reinforce the regime? A regime is a monopoly of power. Anything that generates power must run that power either through it or past it, and past implies tacit permission, so it means with. And with, as the boundary between the formal state and its informal auxiliaries grows indistinct and even irrelevant, evolves into through. We like to speak of power in the passive voice. Something must be done, etc. Actually, nothing will be done until someone does it. And who does it is the regime. And power is always and everywhere a muscle. Using it reinforces it. And if the generated power opposes the regime, of course it will fail. In fact, it will be crushed. In fact, the certainty of being crushed renders it impotent and unexciting, no matter how awesome it could become if no one crushed it. So when you step forward as a newly hatched volunteer to change the world, a goal every college-bound senior at least pretends to share, the set of available causes on your first page of search results is not selected for realism, but it is selected for vanity, If you must volunteer, but do not wish to support the regime, and are too prudent to oppose it, you must work hard to find a collective cause that does not generate power. There are always exceptions. Like, there are even good ways to help the homeless in San Francisco. Hyperlinked is a URL for DelanceyStreetFoundation.org, where you can donate. If the regime is a good regime, or should for some other reason be reinforced, the cause may be good anyway, even despite some collateral damage, even despite some dalliance with the devil, even despite being not what it appears. There is at least a philosophical case for the Machiavellian deception, the Platonic noble lie. If the regime is not a good regime, the cause is all bad, and its volunteers are just henchmen, Satan's own suckers, the second coming of the Manson girls. Side B, avoid impossible causes. But if your cause involves resisting an evil regime, making you what we call a dissident or negative collaborator, how can it not be a good cause? Isn't it always good, by definition, to try to resist evil? No, it isn't always good. Your collective action is only intended to achieve this effect. You may not have checked for discrepancies between its subjectively intended and objectively predicted effects. Maybe you thought someone else did. Actually, no one did. If this is so, your cause is impossible. To be objectively good, your cause almost always has to win. It almost never does. Even when it does, the victory is usually Pyrrhic, a loss in the long run and the big picture. Obviously, the regime by definition is stronger than its enemies. Otherwise, they would be the regime. By definition, the regime is in power. The side in power is the side for any ruthless, selfish sociopath. So by definition, dissidents tend to lose. How does this actually work out in practice? The regime, like any regime, is sovereign, which means it is accountable to no one. Since it is accountable to no one, there is no one who can force it to be fair to its enemies. Dissidents under all regimes often come to grief by expecting power, their enemy, to be fair to them, or believing that some demonstration of unfairness will harm the regime's legitimacy. Actually, successful illegitimate action confirms a regime's legitimacy. Only the powers that be can break their own rules. Since the power of exception is the ultimate power, observing that any agent acts unfairly, lawlessly, or with impunity means observing that it holds some share of objective sovereignty, i.e., it is an authentic and legitimate government agency. This does not even require it to be an official government agency. True sovereignty is observed and not prescribed. It may be prescribed in old papers, deeds, and pedigrees. It is observed in the usual and habitual process of government. An agent that makes and breaks its own rules is clearly sovereign in its own domain, and to be sovereign is to be unaccountable. Anyone in a conflict with asymmetrical rules tends to lose, and if the dissidents lose, the regime wins. And if it is not a good regime, this is a bad result. So it is better not to play. Very difficult logic. As a dissident, you always knew this. The trouble is just that you let yourself stop thinking about it. Pursuing a strategy you know you can't work is what coders call thrashing. Thrashing is what you do with a bug when you have no strategy for solving it. You try anything and everything you know won't work. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't. Dissidents are thrashing for two reasons. One, they see a bug that needs to be fixed. Two, like volunteers, like everyone, power excites them, trying to fix the world, or makes them feel relevant, which makes them feel big and good, like porn or blow. Actually, once you feel yourself thrashing, the right thing to do is always to step away from the keyboard, then lift or surf or run or something. There's at least half a chance you'll solve the problem before you get back. But at least when thrashing at your keyboard, your worst case scenario is that your work is useless, or at least it's hard to delete the production database or the whole source tree. This is not the case in the game of power. Not only is political defeat always and everywhere hazardous to your personal health and good fortune, dissidents too are vulnerable to impact inversion. Collectively, their impact is quite often the opposite of their intent, at least as often as for volunteers. The primary impact of dissidents in the modern regime is as scapegoats and/or naive provocateurs. Power, which would otherwise have to explain its troubled relationship with reality, instead gets enemies it can blame for its failures, shoring it up nicely. While these enemies are perfectly sincere in their animosity and can be irritating and even damaging, they are orders of magnitude too weak to be an existential threat. And even if dissident energy is simply wasted, all energy is finite. Even dissipating the enemy's energy is a victory. And this is how most dissidents, too, reinforce the regime. So completes the general theory. Postulates of the general theory. This all sounds good, you think, but there is still too much marketing in it. So let's go back through the hypothesis and look at what we've asserted, but have not proven. On side A, we assert that positive causes are A. unaccountable, not selected to be capable of achieving their ultimate goals, B. vain, selected to maximize expression of power, real or apparent. On side B, we assert that negative causes are A. doomed, almost never capable of achieving even their proximate goals, B. frivolous, selected to maximize their sense of excitement. If these postulates are true, it makes sense that Kant would want you to avoid both unaccountable vanity and doomed frivolity, both for your own sake and for the world's. But are they true? Let's work through them more closely. Chapter 2a. Positive causes are vain and unaccountable. Kant doesn't need you to support the regime. In this fragment of Chapter 2, we'll explain why positive causes that become popular tend to be unaccountable, not selected for plausibility, vain, selected for creating a sense of power and importance, and sycophantic, reinforcing the regime. If all this is true, supporting an arbitrary popular cause is not a Kantian imperative. As a universal rule, it does not produce universal benefit. Positive causes are selected for vanity. Positive causes do not need to express power. Evolution selects for power expression, for the sense of importance and relevance that a cause's supporters feel. This usually means that popular causes must express power, but evolution permits exceptions. Power is rarely the conscious and explicit goal of the volunteer. In the mind of the early 20th century communist, all power to the Soviets is not an end, but a means. The end is to uplift the workers and peasants. Of course, real insiders quickly become power addicts, junkies. These sick and sad human beings grow supernaturally attuned to Orwell's subtle intoxication of power. They can smell that shit 3 stories up across the street. And every other junkie is a dealer too. But the drug economy cannot exist except in the shade of the much larger army of casual, mostly functional users. And so for the regime and its casual, quite sincere supporters. These customers actually count. They are not thinking explicitly of power, but they feel, are excited by, and learn to crave the energy that power creates. This is their very human, very natural, very forgivable vanity at work. To be a universal rule ideal for all, it is by no means necessary for a Kantian collective cause to express power. Power is either a means or a side effect. So when we observe that causes which express power are much more successful than causes which do not, we observe that the forces which make popular causes popular are not purely Kantian. To join the most popular, powerful cause cannot be a universal rule. Its popularity may be more a function of power than righteousness, but all causes must be popular to succeed. So if no cause that does not express power can become popular, no such cause will succeed. Any effort invested in it cannot succeed, and a rule that cannot become universal cannot be a universal rule, so no one should even be the first to follow it. Once again, the Kantian action is inaction. Comparable causes with different power profiles. This is turning into some gnarly philosophy. Let's make it clearer and more concrete by constructing a slightly contrived A-B test. 2 very real causes with the same objective goal, but different power profiles. The goal is mitigation of global warming. Cause A is global carbon emissions control. Cause B is geoengineering, like stratospheric aerosol injection or iron fertilization. We see 3 general differences between A and B. A is rather more elegant than any form of B. 2. A is perhaps 3 orders of magnitude more expensive than any form of B. 3. A is perhaps 3 orders of magnitude more popular than any form of B. If the popularity of causes was determined by the rational Kantian collective interests of the public, the relationship between 2 and 3 would seem peculiar. It seems not unlikely for every rational voter who wants to spend $50 trillion solving a problem elegantly to be outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by voters who would rather spend $50 billion on an inelegant solution. But it's the other way around. Our rational model of public opinion is off by 6 orders of magnitude. Let's allow 1 order of magnitude for the elegance of fixing the heat problem at its cause, not with a band-aid. We are still wrong by 5. These estimates are not even democratic. The ratios are probably stronger among elites and experts. Now, if you are operating some kind of particle accelerator, even one of those cheap Chinese models with brands like Ferrerk or Zingle that you can get for $300 on Amazon, and your numbers and your theories differ by 5 orders of magnitude, congratulations! You have detected what scientists refer to as an anomaly. Please shut off your Zingle and call 911 before you rend the fabric of the universe further asunder. What is the cause of this anomaly? Either some factory in Tsingfu got a shipment of cracked induction coils, or public opinion is not purely Kantian. Either way, the alpha particles are definitely bouncing off the tinfoil here. Can you explain the disparity? One explanation might be economic, that spending $50 trillion, directly or implicitly, can hardly avoid creating a large amount of labor demand, i.e. green jobs. Carbon control becomes a New Deal-style employment creation policy, like digging holes and filling them in again, while also stabilizing the composition of the atmosphere. There are arguments against artificial difficulty and employment creation. They are not super strong. You will hear more of them later. Our question, though, is not whether carbon control is a good cause, only what is objectively driving its popularity. Is it just the price tag? Is expensive just cool? Is it a luxury policy, like a Coach bag? But what if the sun had cancer? Let's turn our real experiment into a thought experiment with 2 unreal changes. First, we'll change the cause of global warming. Instead of increasing carbon dioxide, some kind of huge tumor on the sun will drive the same increases in Earth's heat flux. Or so the best astronomers predict. And who are we to doubt them? Not many voters, not many journalists moonlight as solar oncologists. Second, instead of global carbon controls, basically an artificial Pinatubo, to a different $50 trillion solution, a giant space umbrella between us and the sun. So rather than green jobs, which always sound too much like landscaping, we get space jobs, not to mention a giant space umbrella. No one can claim it's not cool to have a space job building the space umbrella. So public opinion has 3 choices. A. Sweat more and or learn to swim. B. Spend $50 billion on planetary AC. C. Spend $50 trillion on a space umbrella. Given these choices, public opinion is much more likely to be rational. It will probably choose A or B. Most cynical observers would put their money on A. Mitigating solar fluctuations with a space umbrella is designed to economically mirror global carbon control, while expressing as little political power as possible. Some NASA prime contractor gets a giant contract. That's about it. Try to imagine the Greta Thunberg of space umbrellas. Mere cost is not what makes carbon control sexy. Power, dominance, or coercion is what makes carbon control sexy. Inflicting $50 trillion of economic pain is a little sexy. Causing pain is always sexy. But carbon control only gets really hot when it becomes penance for a sin. It gives everyone the right to judge that sin, then order the entire world to correct it. At this point, we are well into roleplay. How could it not be exciting to issue planetary commands? At climate time, we tell first graders they're emperor of the world. We might as well feed them crack for morning snack. All power expression supports the regime. It is easy to see who gets to harvest this power. Carbon control is not designed and implemented by first graders. Everyone may feel that right to judge. Everyone who believes in the policy feels important. Only the actual regime executes the policy, so only the actual regime is important. Obviously, when you say we should emit less carbon, what you objectively mean is that you support power in forcing everyone to emit less carbon. When you ponder your action and find it good, you focus on the emit less carbon part. While emitting less carbon might or might not be good, for various meanings of the word good, the other part of the sentence is you support power. Power doesn't really care why you support it. It's always happy to find a compelling new reason. All the better if the reason is not just compelling, but also actually good. But that's a rare combination, and it's not in infinite supply. Submission is always beautiful. In this lovely act of dominion and homage, we see a power exchange. Serving power makes you feel powerful. In serving, you rule. As the regime acts, you feel yourself act through it. Your vanity is stroked. You matter. For a moment, you feel like anything but what you are, which is a 𝐷𝚘𝚅. But, beautiful or not much here looks Kantian. By the comparable unpopularity of comparable solutions which express negligible power, we can guess that if carbon control expressed less power, this cause too would be less popular. Perhaps most people would never know that our atmosphere has carbon buildup. Perhaps they would have heard of it only as a scientific curiosity. Perhaps it might have been marketed as a good thing. Higher agricultural yields, better weather up north, insurance against the next ice age. No one likes to hear that their extended reality is contingent. That even if they know the sky is blue, and it is in fact blue, they could have easily been raised and taught to believe the sky is green, gray, or mauve. Of course, the sky sometimes looks blue. That's a well-known optical illusion. Or it's caused by ozone pollution in the stratosphere. Or it's just a debunked conspiracy theory. This example is exaggerated, slightly. But just as the swimmers who drown are often the strongest, the most intelligent and skeptical audience is often the easiest to own. We often see the mentality of the Mensa victim, who goes to a magic show knowing his eyes are too smart for some low IQ yokel to fool, then spends the rest of his life believing in psychic powers. And please remember, this was a thought experiment. The point of the experiment is to illustrate the selective forces that determine the popularity of a cause. Don't get distracted by space umbrellas and solar flux. We have learned nothing about climate. We have learned something about why ideas succeed and fail in the modern world. Positive causes are not selected for competence. Accountability is the sum of all forces which constrain the objective effects of collective action to match its subjective intent. When you support a collective cause which is not accountable, you are not acting in a Kantian way, since you have no clue what you are actually doing. It is usually a bad idea, individually or collectively, to take actions with unpredictable results. Subjective intent always comes with a subjective prediction. Without looking at the actual structure of the organizations making the prediction in the next chapter, or their past track record, which would be history, not philosophy, how can we tell that a prediction is unreliable or unaccountable? A symptom of systematic unaccountability is the presence of inherently unaccountable theories of collective action. No Kantian agent should bet on an unaccountable plan, one that has not been tested for competence in achieving its ultimate objective. If a strategy logically cannot be tested, we know it has not been tested. Suppose our proximate action is X, our intended outcome is Y. If the theory that X causes Y is unfalsifiable, this theory of action is inherently unaccountable. We should stop thinking that we are doing a Y just because we keep doing more and more X. One way to construct an unfalsifiable theory of causality is to make the causal chain between X and Y unfalsifiably long. If you claim to be playing 7-dimensional chess and the whole game goes awry, you can blame some accident in the 5th dimension. Your theory of action is so intricate that no outcome can disprove it, so it cannot be held accountable. An imaginary unfalsifiable cause. This is a little abstract. Let's construct a thought experiment, a slightly more realistic chimp with an AK-47. Meet the Sweet Milk Party. The mission of the SMP is to bring back the sweet, grassy taste of spring milk. Unfortunately, for the last 3 years, the milk in our Pleasant Valley has been coming out of the cow sour. While we are peaceful, simple, and patient country folks, our patience has its limits. Especially our patience with the lying press. They will never give you the truth about our sour milk crisis. Only the Sweet Milk Party is brave enough to tell it like it is. The problem? Witchcraft. The solution? The river. The Sweet Milk Party has one simple platform. Until those witches stop hexing our cows, we'll drown a witch a week. They'll get the message after a few, and if that's not enough, we'll figure something out. If you support this utterly psychopathic movement, the SMP, your ultimate intent, Y, is to make our milk sweet again. Your proximate action, X, is to drown old women. Think about how hard reality has to work to disprove this sick delusion, and beat these peasant psychos by reasoning them to death with science. TLDR, too hard, because science, meaning the inductive scientific method, has no way to disprove a negative. Because until the SMP really crushes it in an election, actually wins power, brushes aside the judiciary and starts to actually drown witches, there is no scientific evidence at all that its interpretation of the sour milk crisis is inaccurate. And when drowning a few witches doesn't fix the milk, this is just evidence of how stubborn and dangerous the rest still are. The SMP will indeed figure something out. Indeed, its hypothesis can be tested scientifically only by giving it absolute power, until it has drowned everyone who could plausibly be identified as a witch. And at this point, it may even evolve an ideology in which everyone, in some rarefied spiritual sense, is actually a witch. Perhaps we must all overcome our own inner witch. At this point, the river is working 24/7. The milk is still sour, which actually makes a pretty good logical case against the SMP. But does that even matter now? This tale is a bit unrealistic, but these long chains of cause and consequence are not, even in the present marketplace of ideas. As I write, exuberant volunteers are thrashing historical monuments, X, to help protect the underclass, Y. And we should be unsurprised when we see these complex chains between X and Y to find that X also has some more immediate effect, Z, which expresses power. Z often involves punishing, humiliating, or otherwise chastising the enemies of the regime, and its chain of consequence is seldom so long or tenuous. For example, ritually desecrating the temples, monuments, idols, or other sad fetishes of a weak, beaten people is a time-honored way to flex on them and keep them weak. 900 years before Jesus, the Assyrians had already made themselves masters of this art. If you think you are doing something different from an Assyrian, you are wrong. Here the subjective intent Y, protecting the lower class, actually comes out inverted. Statistically, the revolution seems to have more endangered the lower class. Many such cases. Oops, I hate it when that happens. And once again, we see the same side effect Z, reinforcing power by punishing and or humiliating its enemies. However you set out to change the world, you seem to end up reinforcing the regime. That doesn't prove that the regime is bad. But it can't not be, like, a little creepy. And it's certainly nowhere near Kantian. Chapter 2b. Negative causes are frivolous and doomed. Kant doesn't need you to resist the regime. In this fragment of Chapter 2, we'll explain why negative causes that become popular tend to be doomed, likely to be defeated, frivolous, selected for excitement, and perversely sycophantic, reinforcing the regime they purport to oppose. In the previous fragment, we learned that people who volunteer for positive causes tend to be signing up to stroke their own vanity by serving unaccountable power, which is not very Kantian. It doesn't make a good universal rule. That's okay, because you're a dissident, aren't you? And you knew all that already. As a dissident, you are trying to resist that power. Since the regime is bad, isn't resisting it good by definition? But no, because you are only trying to resist it. You should stop. Resistance is useless at best. In fact, you probably do more for the regime as a dissident than a volunteer. It's a trap. To illustrate that point, let's map the objective impact of any collective cause, positive or negative, compared to the subjective perspective of its typical supporter. A glossary of impact and power analysis. On the dimension of impact accuracy, the collaborator is either a voyeur, a sucker, or a player. On the dimension of power expression, a consumer, a saboteur, or an operator. It's just like D&D's 9 alignments. What is the objective impact of your action on its target problem? If you have no objective impact on the target, you are a voyeur. If your objective impact is the opposite of your intent, you are a sucker. If it actually works, you get to be a player. Does your action produce any side effects? Unintended effects of collective action, like side effects of any medicine, have a harmful bias. They always express power. Any harm does. Anything that can harm becomes a weapon. Any weapon is powerful. If there is no such weapon, you are a harmless consumer. If there are side effects and they harm the enemy side, you are an operator. If they harm your side, a saboteur. The proper definition of harm is the military definition. An event harms you if it leaves you weaker than before the attack. It reinforces you if it makes you stronger. Sabotage in English implies malicious intent, but impact assessments ignore intent. We could speak of objective sabotage in the same sense that Orwell called British pacifism objectively pro-fascist. There is no better word, unfortunately. Dissidents are more likely than volunteers to act collectively with power as an explicit Y, not implicit Z intent, to act as competitors, not contributors. Subjectively, contributors are just trying to get their way on some issue. Competitors are vying for sovereignty, formal or informal, partial or absolute. The contributor believes in the system. The competitor only accepts it. Thus, the competitor is already halfway to detachment, a duality we shall revisit. For the competitor, power is always the subjective goal. The competitor's map has only one dimension. An operator is a player, and a saboteur is a sucker. For the contributor, power is an unintended consequence. An operator can be a voyeur, even a sucker. Most collaborators fall somewhere between these pure endpoints, of course. Why dissidents fall into the trap. Like the vain and unaccountable nature of volunteering, the frivolous and doomed nature of dissidents is an evolutionary default, not a deductive fact. It's a trap. But a trap is a trap, not a dead end. The essential quality of a trap is that if you don't know it's there, you fall in. The reason to show dissidents that, by default, they are frivolous and doomed is not to insult them. It is not to blackpill them. It is to explain how to stay out of the trap. Even if you yourself are more of a volunteer, should any human being be in a trap? Better that dissidents should do nothing, and that they should do that themselves, not by breaking an ankle in some snare, but by laying down their arms with honor. With all this fancy vocabulary, we have a fancier way to explain why you shouldn't be a dissident. There are no dissident operators. You shouldn't be a dissident because the only purpose of dissidence is to express power. Dissidence does not express power, so it can't possibly be Kantian. The best way to understand that dissidence does not express power is to understand the whole 9-point impact map defined above. Let's take an illustrated tour of that map, reduced to 3 stops by the one-dimensional perspective of a dissident competitor, though the 9-point map will work for all collaborators. The voyeur/consumer. A voyeur is anyone whose collective actions achieve nothing at all. If these actions have no side effects either, we see the pure and beautiful voyeur/consumer. For this person, all collective engagement is recreational, like watching football on TV. It does nothing and has no side effects. Cheering or yelling at the TV does nothing at all to support your team. But that word comes easily anyway. If you support some policy or candidate in the same sense that you support the 49ers, you may be engaging in political voyeurism. Whatever the motivation for political voyeurism, it cannot be an accurate application of the Kantian imperative. What is that motivation? It's not too different from the motivation for watching football on TV. Plato's analogy between thymos, political desire, and eros, sexual desire, has not aged, nor has the market for inherently infertile stimulation of these desires. If Plato was right, an unrecognized function of much current media is the stimulation of thymotic voyeurism. Such content is acting as political pornography. PP is content that makes its readers feel artificially powerful or important. All such material is evanescent and will survive only for the hardened specialists. Pornography, for any desire, is a craft but not an art. And from this craft, you never cross over. Look at the difference when a game is on but you don't care about either team. This is the emotional difference between engagement and detachment. Aesthetically, you can still appreciate a great punt return. Aesthetically, you can still appreciate beauty in the wrong sex, but by definition, no one uses pornography made for the wrong sex. Most collaborators, positive or negative, are just voyeurs/consumers, with a slight edge of operator for volunteers and an edge of saboteur for dissidents. Like gay and straight pornography users, they use different pictures for the same purpose. As a consumer of political pornography, you are owned. You are and will always be political property. Try your hardest never to care when it doesn't actually matter. It debases your spiritual attention. PP only distracts you from objectives that do matter, whether they are individual or genuinely Kantian. The sucker/saboteur. A sucker is anyone whose collective actions achieve an impact which is the opposite of its ultimate intent. A saboteur is anyone whose collective actions have side effects which objectively harm their own side. Clearly, these logically orthogonal concepts are often but not always correlated. Clearly, neither is even slightly Kantian. Voyeurs tend to be moderates, suckers extremists. We do see true suckers among volunteers, but it is always the dissidents who really impress in the sucker event. Throughout human history, the greatest traitors have been our brightest young stars, Alcibiades types. The sucker is an unconscious traitor, but unconsciousness is never quite complete, and the highest level of talent is not at all precluded, and the best suckers, pound for pound, are worth far more to power than her dearest friends. How do people get suckered? Our regime, like all regimes, maintains the loyalty of its subjects by edifying them with a narrative in which the regime is ideal or nearly so. The closer the regime is to ideal, the simpler this story gets. The farther the regime gets from ideal, the more baroque its story of itself must grow. This story, like any story not the boring tale of an instant unqualified success, cannot be told without enemies and villains. It'd be soup without salt. And the narrative must be a true story, at least in the banal factual sense, so its producers have a casting problem. Who wants to play an enemy? A villain? In real life? No. Colossal Pictures will not be able to get you out of jail. Sadly, as with porn, the producers don't have trouble finding actors. In fact, a stint in porn looks better on your resume. To be a sucker is to be a heel, to play your enemy's enemy on TV for that enemy's purposes. The classic heel goes all the way to full-on terrorism. Not just a service to power, but a spectacular service. It is a mistake to focus too much on these sad and nasty endpoints. The general use of the sucker is uniform, to fit the story. Most heel roles are subtler and more common. They do less damage. Sometimes, most insidiously, they actually do local good, creating the rare player/saboteur. Of course, power always has a story. Part of the story of all regimes is that the regime is a knight, defending its subjects against any and all dragons. True on all timelines, this story still seems like a dodge unless its audience can be made to believe in dragons. When a dissident is a sucker, he invents a problem for the regime to solve. Crawling into his dragon suit, he inhabits a dragon for power to slay. The dragon is lifelike because it is actually alive, because inside it, our dissident is flapping its arms. He needn't worry that he can't breathe fire. For that, there's Photoshop. The better he is at being a dissident, the more convincing the dragon. If the dragon flaps his wings well, the heroic dragon slayer might even come across as an actual underdog. There are so many dragons that the world, it seems, is ruled by dragons.
Join the human uprising against the Dragon Kingdom!
So this poor dissident, who, like most dissidents, is a small, shy, herbivorous creature, has a rueful, funny moment when he picks up the paper and sees his own little face morphed onto the fire-breathing thunder lizard now coming to eat everyone's kids. Then he remembers that he has about the same chance of winning as the bull in the bullfight. And also, he doesn't even like kids. Not as food, anyway. At this point, he has 3 choices. Respectable voices, great voices, have taken each. He can flee the caricature. He can give up even vegetables and only eat fruit. He can embrace it. After all, this dragon, who is famous, is him. That means he's not nothing. He can ignore it and never even go near a dragon suit, much less flap his arms. Of course, in a sense, all the voyeurs are suckers too. Sucking your effort and even just your attention into nothing is also a victory for your enemies. But once you inhabit a character in your adversary's narrative, that adversary will own you forever.
But once you inhabit a character in your adversary's narrative, that adversary will own you forever.
But why is it so easy for the regime to recruit heels for its storyline? First, when you see someone being an unsubtle heel, it is easy to say, "What a clown." This easily blinds you to the possibility that, though not obviously a heel, you remain subtly a heel. Second, who stitched that dragon suit? By definition, power shapes information. Anyone who grows up in a narrative, then learns to distrust it, will look for alternatives. And the first place to look is the villains in the narrative itself. If you land in this trap, you have failed to escape power's frame. You're still in the same movie. You have just switched characters. As the story demands, all heel characters have fatal flaws. When you emulate them, you emulate these flaws. You are owned, as in the story, and at the same time, you reinforce the story. So your failure is both individual and collective. Always and everywhere, the worst way to resist a regime is to inhabit its stage villains. Like most bad choices, this choice is a bad default. It's as you lived in the 15th century Paris and thought the church was very corrupt and bad, but there was no alternative. You couldn't be a cool Enlightenment philosophe, or at least just a Protestant, because it was the 15th century, and there weren't even words for these things. So you asked your priest, if not God, King, and Church, in what would I believe? Who is against God and King and Church? And your priest said, Satan. And so, thinking logically, you became a Satanist. This probably actually happened to you, except it wasn't a priest, but a guidance counselor, and the way the world works never changes. If some party A asks how it should operate in opposing some opponent B, B's vision of who its opponents are and how they operate is hardly the place to start. You could start with a clean slate. You could start with any other period in history. Instead, you start by literally aping your enemy's propaganda. The only possible cause of any such choice is laziness and/or immaturity, not promising qualities in an aspiring aristocrat. So while in a way we can't really blame you for falling into the default, which means falling into a trap, in a way it is still your fault. Not finding Voltaire or even Calvin on the menu, the right response is not to give up and settle for Satan, but to invent Calvin or Voltaire. On one side of the coin, this is an epic challenge. On the other, an epic opportunity. The player/operator. Here we at last wriggle free from the department of losers and get into real power. We will consider dissidents only in this section. The volunteer player/operator, who is just a straight-out winner, is truly part of the regime and belongs to the next chapter. Again, under our present system of government or anything like it, there is no such thing as a dissident operator. There is no obvious and realistic plan to build power against the regime. The rare dissident player can resist or divert it, but this work is useful only for itself. These successes, which are rare, do not make other successes easier. This is because, like water flows downhill, power flows to the regime. But why? How? We could surely imagine collective actions, organizations, or operations which built power for the enemies of power. Let's imagine some more concrete options in more detail to see why there is no obvious way to solve the problem. The general problem: since assaulting the enemy expresses power, the dissident operator is operated on long before he could operate. People will feel good because they hit you, and they will hit you in any way they can. Since they are bigger and stronger than you, they will win. So don't even think about hitting people. Yes, that absolutely is a thought crime. Thought crime is real and always has been. Don't do the crime, kids. In a centralized regime, the dissident operator is a target for the intelligence ministry. In a decentralized regime, he is a target for everyone. He will not be hired. His books will not be published, nor will books about him be. His real estate deals will fall through. His dog will be denied a dog license. In fact, he is not a person at all. People will get in trouble just for knowing him. And this is his best case scenario, if he takes every precaution to not be a usable heel. Not even the excuse that you are just trying to do some innocuous Y, but you actually produce some side effect Z, which just so happens to make your side powerful, will save you. If you are in fact expressing power against the regime, anyone could express much more power by crushing you for the regime. They will be able to make up some reason they are right. Your two roads to damnation. Let's take an even closer look at some examples. There are two ways to build power: extra-governmental, by building regime-like things outside the regime, and intra-governmental, by infiltrating the regime. Operating extra-governmentally, we could build informal networks for informal protection and defense. Such networks are not unusual in our society, in which an enormous amount of government-like activity operates beneath the law. And of course, the line between protection, retaliation, and coercion is always a blurry one. And the power to coerce is the power of government. So surely we are on our way. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Or if it is not good, perhaps we ganders can, by exercising our answering rights and behaving as the geese, prove that we are just as good as geese. And if geese have muscle, everyone who tries this discovers that the situation is not at all symmetric. Apparently, water does not flow uphill, and ashes don't turn back into trees. What's good for the goose is actually terrible for the gander, who ends up on the news as a classic heel. All power flows towards the regime because the first reflex of any regime is to crush all power outside it. Collective actions that would otherwise express power outside or against the regime are impotent at best once its thumb is on the scale. This goes double for your little black-shirted army of paintball wizards with road flares, which both physically challenges power and does so by inhabiting power's own stereotype. The stereotype is the bacon of power's story. Bacon goes in everything. It makes any dish taste great and feel real. The regime's only problem is that it has a limited supply of bacon. Once the regime runs low on real enemies, its narrative has to resort to imaginary conspiracies, unstable teenagers, straight-out madmen, etc. These low-grade heels work for most viewers. They do taste like bacon, but they lack a certain flavor. As a would-be dissident operator, you are the realest meat around. The more serious your plan, the more power your destruction will express, and the greater the forces that will assemble to participate in your destruction. If your strategy is physical resistance, no law can protect you. You cannot even defend yourself. Any self-defense will present as aggression, and whatever was good for the Minutemen, the Wide-Awakes, or even the Weathermen is certainly not good for you. Intragovernmental infiltration is an even more precarious path. You might think it had been done before, and it has, but only by volunteers. Only power can infiltrate itself. The problem is that heresy is not the inverse of fanaticism. Within the loop of actual power, fanaticism is always pro-social.
Extreme fanaticism is misguided, but still often charming. Heresy is always antisocial. Excessive heresy is terrifying. So while extreme fanatics can infiltrate a moderate organization, heretics cannot. When an institution is full of heretics, they usually have defected in place, or fanatics have built a new normal around them. A career in a profession that cannot accept you as you are is always a marginal idea. If you must pursue it, the profession should be as orthogonal as possible to politics. The subversive strategy of pretending to be a moderate fanatic while actually being an extreme fanatic is so normal it's banal. The inverted subversion strategy of pretending to be a moderate heretic while actually being an extreme heretic is just non-viable. No one says that the best way to beat the extreme heretics is to support moderate heretics. Every moderate heretic is already suspected of being an extreme heretic. You might as well shoot a lion documentary while camouflaged as a goat. If your strategy is dissident infiltration, success means you succeed so perfectly in pretending to be a true believer that, objectively, you are a true believer. There is never any use, individually or collectively, in uncloaking. Hired in the closet, you retire in the closet. You're essentially like a KGB agent infiltrating MI5, but without any support from the KGB. At least, you don't have to write reports back to Moscow. And as you age, you may not drop the mask, but the soul under it. As Havel explains, in any case, experience has taught us again and again this automatism is far more powerful than the will of any individual. And should someone possess a more independent will, he must conceal it behind a ritually anonymous mask in order to have an opportunity to enter the power hierarchy at all. And when the individual finally gains a place there and tries to make his will felt within it, that automatism, with its enormous inertia, will triumph sooner or later. And either the individual will be ejected by the power structure like a foreign organism, or he will be compelled to resign his individuality gradually, once again blending with the automatism and becoming its servant, almost indistinguishable from those who preceded him and those who will follow. Power is heroin. Being an operator is heroin. There is nothing like it. But no one can both serve the devil and master him, and the only reason to do so is frivolous. Like a heroin addict, your whole life is consumed by the stimulation of your own desire. And since you are not actually an operator, and likely a heel, this is not Kantian action. Your warning sign should have been that your collective actions were futile. But they were too fun for you to notice. Well, not all fun is bad, or even bad for you. The best thing about being a dissident really was the friends we made along the way. Ceci n'est pas une black pill. Ceci n'est pas une black pill. There is nothing wrong with defining detachment as a spiritual or emotional commitment. Its very practice demands this commitment. But every esoteric doctrine has a layer beyond each layer, a higher doctrine which completes and perfects the world below. To the profane and uncircumcised, this new revelation may resemble an exception, a contradiction, even a hypocrisy, which just shows how little these fools know. The careful reader, who would never join a cult, will note that nowhere have we disproved the existence of forms of collaboration whose expected outcome does match their predicted outcome. We have not disproved Kantian collective action, positive or negative. We have shown something different, that the set of popular collective actions of both polarities is weakly selected for Kantian traits, like actually succeeding, and strongly selected for non-Kantian traits, like expressing power. So picking a cause from one of these popular sets is not Kantian. But all this means is that if you want to act, you actually have to think. You can expect the defaults to be all bad, or mostly bad. There may be Kantian actions out there. They will be hard to find, and harder to promote. If you are a positive person and you want to only do good in the world without expressing any kind of social or political power, you can usually find a way to do that. If you are a negative person, well, you're here, aren't you? Detachment is emotional renunciation of the desire for power. Renunciation of any form of desire can go in two directions: abstinence or mastery. Once free from the blindness of desire, we can simply relax in our newfound freedom and truth. But upon regaining our sight, we also see that we could execute more effectively, even without compromising our abstinence from power. This seems like a paradox, and it is. Stick around for it.
Gray Mirror. Chapter 3. Descriptive Constitution of the Modern Regime. It's a clerical oligarchy in the shell of a republic. Americans are used to a constitution which is a constitution, half a holy document in a holy glass box, half a self-updating OS or blockchain contract. This 18th century dream of a self-enforcing sovereign definition, the rule of law, not the rule of men, weirdly anticipates computer science concepts from a quarter millennium later. Our Constitution is very important, but there is something strange. Britain does not have one. Yet when you go to Britain, you notice that the practice and principle of government there seems to be the same as here. Lately, our inventive cousins have even conjured up a Supreme Court, but without any such thing as a constitution. Indeed, John Bull will sit there and tell you with a perfectly straight face that Britain has an unwritten constitution. What is this? A poem? A Chomskyan exercise? Has Bull, long stripped of the China trade, been smoking his own imperial opium? Maybe he is a futurist. Next, he will offer you a glass of dry water and some electric spaghetti. Unwriting the Constitution. In fact, Major Bull is a realist. He understands political science better than thee, Brother Jonathan. What Bull means by an unwritten constitution is what Walter Bagehot, say it, badge it, meant 150 years ago. A concrete description of the habitual practice of actual power in the country. Not what it should be, just what it is. As Bagehot observed, along with Aristotle, Machiavelli, Schmidt, Burnham, and all the best people in between, constitutions drift. Formal and actual power diverge. This makes actual power harder to look at. Power doesn't like to be looked at. Power can be quite happy with constitutional drift, but from a distance, it seems sinister. Can we prevent constitutional drift entirely? Maybe we could write the Constitution down, ideally on some kind of durable material like parchment or even granite. America was not the first country to inscribe its basic law. Whether in stone or on Ethereum makes little difference. Even if it is only memorized in the secret chants of tribal elders, there is usually some ritually correct prescriptive constitution. When this constitution is obeyed, practical and official power match. Power can be looked at. Anyone who looks at it sees how things actually work. It's a cool idea. But when the actual shape of real power cannot be derived from this ritual inscription, a regime actually has two constitutions: a prescriptive constitution, which is ritually valid, and a descriptive constitution, which is how power actually works. Nothing but human beings can force other human beings to obey stone or Ethereum. A simple case of constitutional drift creates two separate governments, one ceremonial and one operational. Bagehot called these dignified, Queen Victoria, and efficient, Parliament, Cabinet, and Whitehall. Today, our dignified institutions are undignified, and our efficient institutions are inefficient. Bagehot's labels would read as satire. Aristotle was a little wordier. My italics. In many states, the Constitution, which is established by law, although not democratic, owing to the education and habits of the people, may be administered democratically. And conversely, in other states, the established Constitution may incline to democracy, but may be administered in an oligarchical spirit. This most often happens after a revolution, for governments do not change at once. At first, the dominant party are content with encroaching a little upon their opponents. The laws which existed previously continue in force, but the authors of the revolution have the power in their hands. The laws which existed previously are the prescriptive constitution, which has become the dignified or ceremonial regime. The authors of the revolution are the descriptive constitution, which has become the efficient or operational regime. In a simple, good world, constitutional drift would create a compensating force of good citizens who want to make the description match the prescription. In a more complex world, others want to make the prescription match the description. Sadly, even more would rather just pretend that the description matches the prescription. Big John Bull, with his unwritten constitution, cuts this Gordian knot. If post-1688 Britain has any prescriptive constitution, it is Parliament can do whatevs. The unwritten constitution is whatever Parliament wants to do right now. Since every written constitution is or must become a fraud, better to have none at all, says Bull. Of course, everyone wants to see the unwritten constitution written down. Bagehot did just this. It had not yet been done. He sold a lot of books. Considering Britannia's course since Bagehot, perhaps it were better left undone. In any case, drifting constitutions drift. Whatever was written today is out of date tomorrow. Bagehot would not recognize the descriptive constitution of Britain today. Bagehot would have to be kept away from knives and high windows. Sybil, or the Two Constitutions. The mission of this chapter is to write America's descriptive, unwritten constitution, or give at least a rough outline. Since this outline is very different from the parchment in the glass box, even with all amendments, it will use its own labels that no one uses. These labels will describe the actual patterns of habitual and professional command, obedience, and trust that define the power structure of an operational regime. Our diagnosis is more complex than Bagehot's. Our dignified and efficient organs are not even distinct. Many are the same organs. Under the prescriptive constitution, they work one way. Under the descriptive constitution, they work another way. We do not have two governments. We have one government with two personalities. We'll call the prescriptive constitution the Old Republic, or just the Republic. We'll call the descriptive constitution the modern system, or just the system. System is an extremely neutral word that can refer to any complex structure. Personally, system is dear to my heart because I was trained as a systems software engineer. And the modern system is beautiful. How could it not be? Hasn't it conquered the world? Some of my critics are also great scholars of the Third Reich. They might notice that the Nazis used the same word, system, in kind of the same way. Dear scholars, tell your Uber drivers to stick to surface streets. Nazis invented the freeway. I will not let Hitler, who is dead, police my language. You shouldn't either. We will express the system's constitution using labels that no one else uses, much as an Englishman calls Livorno Leghorn or Bayern Bavaria. Livorno or Leghorn, all true pictures of the same city are the same. Fresh words see old truths with fresh eyes. Again, the system is the Republic from a different perspective. The system is real, just as the Republic is real. The ceremonial processes of the Republic continue in force. The operational procedures of the system have the power in their hands. We can imagine a system that no longer needs the old ceremonies, much as the first Carolingian kings no longer needed their Merovingian puppets. The Republic is a shell. Any shell can be cast aside, so long as its protection is no longer needed. The system did not kill the Republic. Caesar did not kill the Roman Republic. He saved it as best he could. For many centuries there were still consuls and the Senate. He certainly saved Rome. The empire at its best worked quite well. Same with the system. There's just nothing historically weird or creepy about the system. It's a normal thing. It's also an old thing. It does not seem to be functioning perfectly at present. In fact, it seems to be deteriorating, and there is no obvious way to repair it.
But if we can define the system, we can at least think about replacing it. Regime change is always possible and always dangerous. At best, a change of regime is the rescue and renewal of a nation. At worst, a disorderly transition in sovereignty is arbitrarily catastrophic. It is easy to imagine regimes far better than the system, or far worse. Nor can we merely cast out the system. We cannot imagine a live republic no longer animated by this guest. All organs of the republic have become organs of the system. The republic without the system is an empty shell, home to neither snail nor crab. Since nature and sovereignty both abhor a vacuum, the republic is not a description of a complete and operational regime. Some other sea creature would have to move in. Sketch of a baboon oligarchy. Let us sketch the modern system without worrying about our sketch's connection to either descriptive reality or the prescriptive republic. We will sharpen those lines later. We're just making a very broad, simple sketch of what this system is and how it works. Imagine we are visiting an alien planet of 6-armed baboon people and observing how they govern themselves. Later, we'll show how this baboon regime, like Montesquieu's Persians, is actually just like us. For now, they are alien baboons. What is the modern system? A regime. To start describing anything, a regime or a baboon, place it in the taxonomy of comparable forms. In the taxonomy of regimes, the system is a materialist clerical oligarchy. There are 3 forms of regime: monarchy, rule of one; oligarchy, rule of a minority; and democracy, rule of a majority. The system is an oligarchy. There are 4 forms of oligarchy: hereditary oligarchy, rule of nobles; military oligarchy, rule of soldiers; commercial oligarchy, rule of the wealthy; and clerical oligarchy, rule of thinkers. The system is a clerical oligarchy. A clerical oligarchy has an official doctrine. This doctrine can be polytheist, monotheist, or materialist. The system's doctrine, which we will call the dream, is materialist. It does not evoke any supernatural powers. These labels are neutral. There is nothing inherently wrong or right with oligarchy, or monarchy, or democracy. Knowledge work is an essential aspect of civilization. Government is not AA, and no one in the trade needs to believe in a higher power. None of these choices is unusual. Their combination is neither common nor odd. Containing alternate major forms. Democracy, oligarchy, and monarchy are not just forms of regime, but forms of power. Every stable regime must either harness or contain all 3 of these forces. Since most regimes contain 2 and harness 1, we classify a regime by the force it harnesses, but we must also watch for deviations from this simple pattern. Here is a broad and inaccurate description of how the system, an oligarchy, uses the shell of the republic to contain the competing forces of democracy and monarchy. We will work through this fascinating exploit in much more detail below. The form of government that the Constitution's text prescribes, that its initial leaders created, and that its citizens emotionally believe in today, is an elected monarchy. The republic in one sentence: the voters elect the chief executive of the government, who holds power for 4 years. Most Americans would agree that this is a simple but generally accurate description of their political system. They do realize that there are other parts. They think about those parts much less. So both on paper and in the minds of its citizens, the republic is the alliance of democracy and monarchy, the 2 enemies of oligarchy. The system is not daunted. It keeps its friends close and its enemies closer. If the republic did not exist, the system would have to prevent it from being invented. It could be invented in many possible ways. It is hard to defend against many possible things, but since the republic does exist, only one actual thing must be disabled. The republic, any republic, is the alliance of voters and politicians. Power is a zero-sum game. If this alliance holds all the power, If the people, through their elected representatives, are absolutely sovereign, there is no power left for the system. Can the alliance be somehow weakened so that its power is less than absolute? This would create a vacuum which could admit an alternate form of power. The ideal level of legacy power is not 0, but epsilon, low enough that the Republic cannot do any serious damage to the system, high enough that its elections still seem to matter. While this exploit protects oligarchy from democracy and monarchy, thus explaining how the system can exist, it is not otherwise fundamental to the system's operations. We will start by explaining the system as a pure oligarchy, as if these other forces just did not exist, and there was no republic and no elections. Containing alternate minor forms. There are 4 kinds of oligarchy: hereditary, military, commercial, and clerical. The system is a clerical oligarchy. It must contain the potential forces of hereditary, military, and commercial oligarchy, much as it contains democracy and monarchy. No one can pretend that scions of great families rule 2020, but the other 2 alternate forms can be made very convincing. Let us show that they are actually well contained. There are always actual traces of all potential forces. It is easy to magnify these traces and mistake them for a regime. Convincing the audience to make this mistake, often by orders of magnitude, is a classic misdirection technique in political stage magic. If anyone can persuade you to see a kitten as a tiger, you will defend yourself by any means necessary from this ferocious man-eater. This is how you persuade good and ordinary people to become kitten killers. Even once all the kittens are dead, there is still some cat hair here and there. Time to mount a 24/7 tiger watch. Meanwhile, the wolves are all around you. Your wife, actually, is a wolf. To check whether your descriptive analysis sees the right form of oligarchy, imagine you are a Bond villain, an enemy of the public with the most malign of intentions. Choose 3 elite institutions, 1 military, 1 commercial, 1 clerical. In your dark quest for total world domination, which would you rather infiltrate and capture with your secretly trained army of undercover agents? Since your only goal is absolute power, your choice will demonstrate the most powerful minor form. In America today, a Bond villain is obviously a Nazi. The institutions might be the Marines, Amazon, and Harvard. Since the rest of society does not change, you have to imagine not what a Nazi Amazon would want to do, but what it could get away with. What could the Nazi Marines get away with? What about the Nazi Harvard? We observe many structural constraints that would bar the Nazi Marines from any serious Nazi plans. It seems unlikely that they could even take San Diego and found a serf Nazi city-state. The Marines don't even have bullets. They would have to prevail by the arme blanche, the naked bayonet. Hard, even for Nazi Marines. And doesn't half the country already think of Marines as halfway to Nazis? Military government is such an obvious alternative to every civilian regime that every civilian regime wraps its military in 15 layers of rationally paranoid coup phobia. Why do you think soldiers and sailors on domestic bases don't have ammunition? As for the Nazi Amazon, Amazon delivers 2/3 of its own packages. Couldn't it deliver them in a swastika van with a snappy Roman salute? Heil Jeff and Happy Prime Day. Just for this gesture, Amazon might lose a few subscribers. What that would do, or what more the organization could do to advance the Führer's agenda, is unclear. Fear of corporate fascism in the American intellectual narrative dates back to the Dearborn Observer and the business plot. This phobia too has grown stale, but it still works. The Nazi Harvard, however. Look at the size of that endowment. Who tells Harvard what to do? No one. And since 1636, no one ever has. Certainly not Amazon, and certainly not the Marines. Nazi Harvard might become unfashionable, because Nazi. On the other hand, power is habit. America has spent 4 centuries imitating Harvard. The world has spent a century imitating America. And universities were certainly a hotbed of the original Nazis. Put it this way, once Yale goes Nazi too, it's over. Who does Harvard tell what to do? Who doesn't Harvard tell what to do? Certainly Harvard knows what everyone should do, nor does anyone much want to displease it. The dominant form of oligarchy is the form that habitually commands the others, and can always, in some way, punish them. Direct punishment is beneath Harvard. But maybe the Nazis could take over the Times as well. When Special Forces Liberty teams drag unpatriotic journalists and billionaires from their offices and educate them in the street, military oligarchy is in the ascendant. When no professor, priest, or policeman may prosper in his prospects until he pleases some cigar-chomping captain of industry, commercial oligarchy is the order of the day. Exercise for the reader. For a clerical oligarchy, what is the equivalent? Fundamentals of clerical oligarchy. All regimes, past and present, use intellectuals. The tribal shaman, before history itself, sits on his chief's right hand. 3,500 years ago, the monks of Amun run Egypt like a boss. The emperor of China has his astrologers, his I Ching, his board of rites. The nerd is a human universal, and power draws him like a bee. The pathognomonic sign for clerical oligarchy is not just astrologers in government. That sign is astrologers whom no one can overrule. Of course, one man's astrologer is another man's astronomer. All clerical oligarchies speak ex cathedra. They make claims of institutional infallibility. See under Pope, the. Usually these claims are mystical and supernatural. In the system, they are material and philosophical, not entirely a novelty, but more common in East Asian history. A clerical oligarchy is sometimes called a theocracy. This word misleads in 2 ways. 1, it implies that clerical oligarchy requires a supernatural doctrine. 2, it implies that an abstraction, concept, or principle, materialist or supernatural, can rule. God cannot rule. Man can rule in God's name. Science, or freedom, or equality, or patriotism cannot rule. Man can rule in the name of these abstractions, or others. Theocracies are good at pretending that an abstraction rules, or even that no one rules, since, like all oligarchies, they do an excellent job of spreading and diffusing personal responsibility. The modern system may be the historical world champion of apparently not existing, though its stealth finish has been picking up some scratches. A system without responsibility is a system without accountability. And even worse, power corrupts. Even if the institution of an oligarchy were infallible before power fell into their hands, they will still rust rapidly in its harsh chemical bath. From an engineering perspective, the main advantage of clerical oligarchy is its great robustness and stability. Its main disadvantage is that it corrodes badly in the medium term. In only a century, its performance can become very weak, but it remains stable. This creates an unpleasant situation of poor and deteriorating, yet robust, governance. You are here. In general, these situations are only resolved, as often in eunuch-plagued China, by a reinvention of monarchy. Possibly the emperor has already been born. General architecture of the regime. A descriptive constitution describes all organized human action in the country. Since organization is government, no organization is outside the Constitution. Since all power is organized, a constitution that describes all organizations runs no risk of missing a nexus of power, the most serious error in a descriptive constitution. We divide the system into 4 great organs, in ascending order of power: the castle, the factory, the bureau, and the cathedral. Later, we will add a 5th, the show. These organs are not organizations. They are categories of powerful or potentially powerful action. Each has its own purpose, its own structure, and its own principles. As the system exists in the real world, it is complex, historical, and flawed. Here we describe not this instantiation of the ideal, but the ideal itself. For clarity, everything in this sketch is presented as if it existed and was perfect in real life. Castle. Centralized security by mission. The castle is security, all uniformed military and sworn law enforcement institutions. The castle operates on the mission or command principle, 𝐈𝐴𝐽𝐺𝐻𝚗𝚘, required by armed operations. Your commander gives you a mission. You have a budget of human and material resources. Your job is to carry out your mission by any acceptable means. Your commander tells you what hill to take, not how to take the hill. That's the ideal anyway, and it is certainly the best way to run an army, or many other operations. Again, the castle is the weakest subsystem. It is profoundly subordinate to the bureau. The military's potential as an alternate nexus of sovereignty is too obvious. Factory. Decentralized production. For profit. The factory is production of goods and services, all companies, trade and finance, mining and agriculture. The factory is built as an economic war game. Every player is a company, which can be one person or 100,000. Each company is a hierarchical army, operated like an army on the mission principle. The general of this army commands it unconditionally, but a losing general can be replaced by the company's owners. The winners in this game profit, survive, and grow. The losers disappear. New players replace them. The factory is a ruthless evolutionary swamp of warring city-states like the Bronze Age Aegean. No more effective engine of production has ever been devised. The factory is also subordinate to the bureau, which sets the rules of this war game. Companies compete ruthlessly, but without sword-wielding dawn raids. Because the factory can generate great wealth and money is hard to control, slightly more power flows out from the factory than from the castle. It is not zero, but it is still epsilon. Direct conversion of money into power is called corruption. It is very difficult for any regime to eliminate all forms of indirect corruption, but since the motivations of the factory are inherently avaricious, its corruptions tend to be venial rather than mortal. Corruption for profit is a careless way to make a buck. It may destroy by negligence. It has no destructive drive and is generally without malice. So the factory, too, is well contained, if not perfectly contained. Bureau. Centralized administration by process. The bureau is administration, the professional civil service. The bureau operates on the process principle. An army, a company, and a bureaucracy have the same pyramid-shaped org chart. The army and the company execute missions. The bureaucracy executes a process. This looks the same from a sufficient distance. The job of an employee in a process organization is not to achieve an objective set by a leader, but to follow a procedure set down in a rule book. So long as the employee has followed the procedure, the concept of accountability is not relevant. If following the rules produces a bad result, the rule book may need to be updated. The failure does not reflect poorly on either the employee or the rule writers. They both did their best. A mission organization is a chain of command in which initiative flows downward from the top. A process organization is a chain of appeal in which decisions flow upward from the bottom. Every employee encounters exceptional situations for which no rule has prepared them. Every employee has a meta rule for these situations. Call your manager. Both forms are pyramids with one human apex. The apex of a mission organization is a chief executive, like the general of a professional modern army. The apex of a process organization is a decision oracle, like the priestess of a barbaric snake cult. While the oracle's decisions are final, she has no control over what options are presented to her. She does not get to decide whether babies are fed to the snake god, just which baby. Ideally, the snake god could somehow make his own call on this and everything else. Process organizations try not to give any decision to a single person. Ideally, decisions can be made mechanically by strict rule. Exceptions to this rule can be agreed on by a committee. History records few examples of anyone holding a committee accountable, although all effective committees are orchestrated by some sort of informal clout. But clout is much better than responsibility, because it is authority without accountability. Mission versus process is not a Boolean, of course. Every large organization has some mission and some rules. It has some sense of initiative, some sense of procedure, but the balance between the two can easily hit 1% or 99%. A process organization may have almost no initiative at all. A mission organization may have almost no rules at all. Our experience with the factory leads us to expect more process toward the leaves of any organization, more mission towards the roots. Food prep at KFC is a procedure. CEO of Yum Brands is a mission, though not a mission like CEO of Tesla. You can also eat at restaurants where food is a mission. They tend to cost more and take longer. The food is better, though. A process organization is different. It is process all the way to the top. At the highest level of the organization, the most talented, ambitious, and successful human beings come together in a complex structure which nominally follows rigorous and detailed procedures which they themselves did not create or control, just like KFC fry cooks. Since they are not KFC fry cooks, they absorb all the lessons of Machiavelli and set to work on subverting and manipulating these procedures. In some bureaucracies, this is done for money. In some, for ideology. In the best, it is done just from mere ambition. Since process organizations are generally less efficient, we tend to associate them with an absence of systemic competition. The advantage of a process organization is that it is much more amenable to external control. Its process can be written by people who do not even work for the organization. In theory, the organization can be controlled by controlling just the rule writers, a much smaller group. If you fear the organization, it may make sense to hobble it in this way. Anatomy of all modern bureaucracies. The Bureau has 3 divisions: committee, building, and chamber. The committee sets the rules, budget, and organization. The building executes the rules. The chamber checks that the rules are properly followed in individual cases and makes new rules when it finds special cases that the rule writers did not anticipate. The universal principle of bureaucracy is that everyone follows the rules at all times. There is a rule for everything. No one makes or gets to change the rules they follow, and anyone who succeeds understands how to respect the rules and how to bend them. The career objective of a bureaucrat is to always be relevant and never be responsible. Personnel is always broken out into a parallel organization devoted entirely to ranking and assignment. The building, like a Japanese zaibatsu, hires for life. Managers in a bureaucracy are handlers of exceptions. They are not pirate captains. They have reports, not minions. They cannot hire or fire people on a personal whim. Power still exists in a process organization, if only for the sake of existing. The process cannot always be manipulated. No bureaucracy is so mechanical that it is free from office politics, but the substantive stakes of office politics can diminish ad infinitum. The bureaucracy now has 2 ways to dissipate its energies: red tape and backstabbing. Anyone who thinks a process organization can be turned into a mission organization is dreaming. The Bureau is what it is. It is not all bad. It will always be what it is, a bureaucracy in which decisions flow upward. Cathedral. Decentralized knowledge by prestige. The cathedral is information, truth, philosophy, ethics, narrative, art, and intelligence. Its inner circle, the brain and the voice, includes all professors, journalists, serious artists, published authors, etc. Its outer ring, the conversation, is the whole upper social class. Its funding division, the foundation, is the whole upper economic class. Its teaching division, the school, gets to indoctrinate almost everyone for over a decade, and its doctrine, the dream, defines good and evil for all decent people. The importance of the cathedral is defined by its monopoly on legitimacy. A school which is not the school is not educating. A voice which is not the voice is not informing. A brain which is not the brain is not thinking. There is nothing legitimate about miseducation, disinformation, or unreason. Prestigious information passes from brain to voice and voice to conversation. This process is subtle enough, and its product is of high enough quality for the conversation to believe it is actually making up its own mind from filtered inputs. The conversation, all of legitimate public opinion, always admires the system. It thinks of this as a completely voluntary and spontaneous critical assessment. And the conversation, which is the discourse of the upper social class, is always the discourse of fashion. For the nobility, rich or broke, fashionable ideas are de rigueur. Against the middle social class, rich, doing okay, or broke, they are political attacks. 𝐍𝐢𝐫𝐚𝐲 is the official sport of every nobility. It is the role of the weak to accept these attacks, internalize them, and use them to loyally flagellate themselves. The arrows of fashion rain down constantly in every direction. The kulaks cannot resist them for long, and will surrender to the nobility's latest definition of cool. Not soon enough to be cool themselves, soon enough for this victory over themselves to be expected and taken for granted, and some new demand for further coolness launched. And hell will freeze helium before the kulaks convince the nobles of anything at all. Even the truth will have a rough time if the kulaks somehow get hold of it first. This may seem like a brutal process, but frankly, isn't the nobility usually right? Aren't nobles just cooler, better people? They certainly have higher IQs. The best of them are in the cathedral. The rest at least hold cathedral ranks. Surrender, chuds. The anatomy of prestige. The cathedral has 5 divisions. The brain, which produces truth, the voice, which produces true stories, the school, which produces real education, the conversation, which produces informed opinion, and the foundation, which gives truth power. The cathedral operates on the principle of prestige. Prestige is informal reputation. Informal reputation is the best and most powerful kind of reputation because no formal process can affect it. Neither the cathedral nor any of its divisions is in any administrative sense one organization. Each division is a constellation of independent offices. Every officer in any office of the cathedral also has a personal prestige. The office's prestige rubs off on the officer, and vice versa. The brain, as senior division, reserves the right to formally license offices and award ranks. Prestige in brain and school is not a strict function of this formal data, but informal prestige is just an adjustment. In the rest of the cathedral, all institutional and personal prestige is generally informal, though no less real. The voice has no formal ranks for institutions or officers. Its prestige model works just fine. People pretend to argue about whether any random room full of desks is a genuine office of the voice. Everyone actually knows. It is still possible, in theory and perhaps even in practice, to found a new office of the brain or voice. Had its founding officers already been assigned legitimate ranks by other legitimate offices, the new office might inherit their legitimacy. A similar expansion procedure is employed by the similarly decentralized Hell's Angels. Power enables informality. Since it is usually not a good idea to argue over the legitimacy of someone's angel patch, it is still easy to tell real angels from fake angels. The prestige pyramids of the cathedral are tiered, like Mayan pyramids. All tiers below the top are more or less imperfect copies of the top. Relegation or promotion is almost unheard of. Even ranking changes within a tier are rare. Anything is possible, though, so everyone still works hard, especially at the top. The equation that holds the cathedral up is the stable marriage of prestige, talent, and legitimacy. The most prestigious tier is the most legitimate, so it is the most powerful. So it attracts the most talented and energetic personnel. So its work is the most impressive, so the world trusts it the most, so it is the most prestigious. Although there is no objective accountability in this cycle, it passes easily for merit. Each definition of legitimacy is circular, contingent, and/or autocratic. Power can never be justified from first principles. Some institution is always unaccountable. Funding prestige. Power cannot be sold, at least not directly. Cathedral offices can be funded in almost every different kind of way. Some are funded by taxes, some are profitable businesses, some are endowments, some get foundation grants, some charge subscriptions, some solicit donations, some leech off corporations. An office's source of funds or financial model, or whether it is or is not officially part of the government, does not seem to have a strong effect on its prestige. Because they produce information, and nothing is easier to steal, brain or voice offices not funded by tax streams always exhibit a certain level of economic insecurity. But if both brain and voice were somehow utterly destroyed, perhaps by mighty forces not supernatural but financial, the Foundation would resurrect them. The Foundation does not have more money than God. God is also somewhat older. Just as there are brains and voices, there are foundations, which are not true parts of the cathedral. They have zero prestige by definition. They are just taking advantage of a loophole in the law. As in most of the cathedral, the boundary of legitimacy is not formal, but it might as well be. The doctrine of synoptic infallibility. It is easy to see why the cathedral is infallible. Infallibility comes from the brain. Everyone trusts the brain. If the brain is infallible, everyone is. The brain is infallible because it has the smartest, best-trained people. It has no single points of failure. At the top tier of the brain is not one office, but maybe 10. God, to chastise just the top few tiers would need hundreds of independently targeted asteroids. It seems that oligarchies are the best of all worlds. They are both stable and redundant. Individuals and institutions make mistakes. The wisdom of crowds averages them out. All is for the best. In this, the best of all possible worlds. It is easy to see something wrong with this argument for infallibility. It relies not on the geographic or organizational variety of the brain, but its philosophical variety. An intellectual sample is not invalid if its data points are not intellectually independent. The case against the cathedral begins with one observation. It is, as biblical scholars say, synoptic. Like Matthew, Mark, and Luke, it likes to agree with itself. The cathedral has more than 3 apostles. It has an enormous number and variety of offices, but all its priests are watching one movie. We can call this synoptic doctrine the dream. The whole brain can be wrong about something at the same time in the same way. Then the whole system and the whole country will be wrong. This is how we know that the dream is either a shortcut to perfection or a shortcut to perdition. and the cathedral is either the answer to human history or a cancer on it. Another reason to question the cathedral is that it solves a problem that no one has solved in 2 millennia. Quis custodiet ipsos custodius? Who shall watch the watchman? Since the cathedral is accountable to no other organ, no one is watching it. The brain does not need to be watched, it watches itself. It is always watching itself for errors, catching those errors, and correcting them. Its polycentric structure keeps those errors from growing so big that they catch and correct the truth before it corrects them. In short, the brain is inherently right, or as right as possible. The cathedral does not need a watchman. No one can overrule the astrologers. This is right and true and good, because the astrologers are actually astronomers. If their astronomy is not perfect, it is only getting perfecter. We will re-examine this theory. From the head down. The cathedral is the head of the system. Every other subsystem respects its authority. No other subsystem has any significant power over it. In concrete terms, the cathedral is the greatest concentration of human talent in the world, present and very likely past, and history has certainly seen nothing like its global power. On the other hand, as the Russians say, the fish rots from the head down. Everyone will concede that the Bureau is clunky and inefficient. That's a reason to repair the system, not a reason to replace it. If there is anything seriously wrong, even totally wrong, with the modern system, it would have to be a problem with the cathedral. The cathedral is not only supreme, but essential. Every public or private institution in society, if only for convenience, needs a standard source of official truth. Even the Bureau does not want responsibility. It does not want to do its own research or judge the research of others. It needs to think as little as possible. It can solve this problem easily by considering the cathedral as infallible. So can many other institutions, right down to digital encyclopedias. And since the cathedral is so awesome, it may have a stronger case for infallibility, or asymptotic infallibility, meaning that no process could be any less fallible than any theocracy in history. The increasingly tangible reality of the synoptic dream presents a difficult choice. The dream is not magic. It is synoptic because it is contagious. But contagious like a new idea, a scientific result, a catchy song, or a funny joke. Or contagious like a disease. As the dream grows clearer, stronger, and more universal, the cathedral is either marching faster towards utopia or sliding deeper into mania. Wherever it goes, the system follows. Wherever the system follows, the country follows. To answer this question is to read the future. To even try is to know the cathedral and its dream. Hey guys, thanks for watching. My name is Nick. I'm with a group called the Unists. In the description below you can find links to some of the charts that were used in this video. You can also follow us on Twitter and Instagram at the Unists, 𝐷EUNISTS. The conversation continues in the comments below, but other than that, there's not much else to say other than we'll see you in the circle. Integrating the 2 constitutions. We've described an operational government quite different from the prescriptive regime specified by the Constitution. This sketch of a blueprint was intentionally vague and might have described another country, even another planet. Now, let's map the operational system back onto the ceremonial republic. Above, our description of the system was intentionally vague and avoided reference to the terminology of the republic. Now, we will freely mix the labels of the 2. There are 2 kinds of organ in the system: internal, inside the formal borders of the republic, and external, outside the formal borders of the Republic. The internal organs are the castle and the bureau, the military and the civil service. The external organs are the factory and the cathedral, production and information. The most powerful organ, the cathedral, is external. An external organ has the least accountability, but its contact with the execution of government is the most abstract. Like oligarchy in general, this is a political architecture which trades low efficiency for high stability. By no means a historically unusual or even unacceptable engineering approach. Unstable government really, really sucks. Unfortunately, low and declining efficiency, coupled with high and rising stability, is also an unpleasant trend.
Bureau. Within the Bureau, the committee is everyone who writes law or regulations. The chamber is everyone who reviews individual cases. The building is everyone else. If the Bureau has a true constitution, it is the Administrative Procedure Act of 1946. The committee is split between the legislative and executive branches. The chamber is split between the judicial and executive branches. The building is the rest of the executive branch. Committee officers in the executive branch write administrative law. Chamber officers in the executive branch judge administrative law. The chief oracle and spokesman of the building, the priestess of the snake god, is the coordinator, who is the president. Decisions which lower levels of the building either cannot handle or do not wish to take responsibility for are appealed all the way up to the coordinator's desk. As spokesman, the coordinator has extensive ceremonial responsibilities. As oracle, the coordinator makes a continuous flow of important decisions, generally presented in the form of 3 boxes, the middle box of which is always right. If the building had to run without a coordinator, it could always check that same box and always be right. Castle. The castle is everyone in the government who uses or orders the use of weapons, everyone with a military rank and law enforcement officers. All civilians, as in the Pentagon, are part of the Bureau. History is full of examples of how to use the castle as an emergency government, so the castle has to ask the building's permission every time it goes to the bathroom. Nor is permission guaranteed. Questioning civilian control of the military, the Bureau's control over the castle, DoD's control over the armed services, and civilian oversight of the police is absolute taboo and career death. The castle looks like a weapon that can be captured and turned against the system. It is not. Power is habitual obedience, and the habit of obeying the Bureau is ingrained in the castle to a religious level. To rebel against the Bureau, castle would have to degenerate into an indisciplined mob. It is hard to see this happening, and who would want it? The worst periods of Roman history were periods of military anarchy. Factory. The factory is all private productive activity, all of capitalism. It produces or imports everything. The factory is external by definition, which makes it look independent and potentially powerful. But regulating the factory is one of the main purposes of the Bureau, and wielding power is not one of the main purposes of the factory. The factory is an herbivore, not a carnivore. It is inherently impotent because sheep do not rule over wolves, even if every now and then some ram gets in a good headbutt. It can also be found bribing Congress, but only with legal bribes, and only for its own economic interests, not to contend for power. Like the castle, the factory need only be noticed in any descriptive analysis of power, but it is worth noting that both have trained many capable commanders. Not all societies have the human capital to stand up a new and effective mission-oriented organization at regime scale. There is a kind of potential power here still. Cathedral. In the cathedral, the brain is academia, the voice is journalism, the foundation is nonprofits, the school is education, and the conversation is educated opinion. None of these divisions is structurally centralized, but they are all synoptic. They all dream the same dream. Around each division is a penumbra of bogus, illegitimate institutions which claim to be brains, voices, foundations, schools, or conversations. The folly of these cults is unfiltered, exhausting, and inexhaustible. They are anything but synoptic. There is nothing even remotely like a unified counter-cathedral. It is easy to see why the cathedral is the most powerful organ in the system. First, it is accountable to no one. Second, the Bureau trusts it absolutely, and everyone else is accountable to the Bureau. Third, most citizens trust it too. Fourth, all alternatives are orders of magnitude weaker in the quality and completeness of their information.
Everything by its right name. It is hard to understand the idea of government outside the government. Here's a thought experiment that helps illustrate it. Rebrand the cathedral as a formal government agency. Call it the Ministry of Information. Give its offices numbers instead of names, ordered by prestige. People's Newspaper number 1, People's University number 1, etc. Its officers, who already saw themselves as serving the public, make it official. They are now formally civil servants. Nothing will actually change about their jobs, except that they'll get better health plans. Before, when the offices of the cathedral were private companies and associations, the special access the Bureau granted cathedral officers was anomalous. Now, it is natural that the official journalists of The Voice have special access to their own government. Before, when the offices of the cathedral were private companies and associations, the special trust the Bureau granted cathedral opinions was anomalous. Now, it is clear that the official professors of the brain exist to do the official thinking of the system. The point of a Ministry of Information is to know everything and always be right. The ministry's highly rigorous processes make its authentic publications effectively infallible when speaking ex cathedra. No one has a right to privacy against the ministry. Any data it can use. No one can be punished for giving it data. And the ministry can say anything about anyone, and everyone will believe it. Unless such a strong ministry was kept in check by even a more powerful monarch, we cannot imagine that it would be anything but the strongest organ in the state. Yet as viewed through our own political tradition, it is not even an organ of the state. We realize that it is more powerful to be external than internal, to be outside the government rather than inside it. Such an organ combines private immunity with public authority. The best of both worlds.
Cleaning up the conversation. The conversation. Conversation whose only contact with reality is the story told by the voice is the picture of the world in the minds of the governing class. True public opinion is always and everywhere the opinion of the highest social class. Below the conversation is a sub-conversation, various unfiltered rumors spread by hooligans, grifters, trolls, and enemy spies. This populist, democratic sub-conversation is a kind of cultural syphilis which the future must eradicate. Society does not in any way benefit from uninformed public opinion. Fortunately, genuinely informed opinion is always and everywhere more fashionable. Everyone in the highest social class believes in the voice because the voice is official. It is the voice of power. They should not be blamed for this. It is just how nobilities do. And the present fashion of the nobles is the future fashion of everyone. The noble's life purpose is the highest stage of the pyramid of needs, self-actualization. The most obvious way to be self-actualized is to be important, so nobles crave power and importance. So the top social class, and everyone who aspires to join them, with a few stubborn exceptions, everyone is intellectually tied-locked to the latest truth from the brain, and the latest story from the voice. The only acceptable dream is the dream, which is pretty strict about its version of the first commandment. This is why, if you have somehow broken out of the dream, you get such a visceral feeling that you are living in a world of remote-controlled zombies. The dream is the ideal future of the noblest, most fashionable people in the world. It really is a nice dream. The problem with the dream is not that it is evil, but that it is impossible. From that error, also a sin of vanity, all the evil it does proceeds.
Hacking is hard. Hacking is hard. The reasonable reader should still be skeptical. So far, we have only just defined this modern system, a phantom, a chimera, or conspiracy imagined out of various bits and pieces of real institutions, public and private. We have described this phantom as if it existed and was, in fact, in charge. We have not explained why the real regime is this system, and the Republic is no more than a dead shell. We have not explained how, somehow, without anyone noticing, oligarchy subjugated democracy. Like, when did that even happen? How can oligarchy beat democracy in a democratic country in which everyone considers democracy the highest possible good? It seems impossible. The more we look at it, the more impossible it seems. Most great hacks look impossible. Let's find the exploit that disables the sovereignty of the Republic and creates the power vacuum that the system inhabits. We'll switch perspectives, though, and examine the security hole from the Republic's side.
The founders and their intent. The natural enemy of oligarchy is the alliance of the two other great forms, democracy and monarchy. Pure democracy is naked mob power, which is easy to suppress because the mob lacks unity or direction. As John Adams pointed out, pure democracy is rare in history and has never lasted long. In America, something like pure, decentralized democracy lasted roughly from 1776 to 1789. The Congress of the Confederation worked so poorly that Americans airbrushed our first national government out of our own history books. Periclean democracy in Athens did not last much longer. Other examples of direct democracy are hard to find. An elected monarchy is different because it focuses popular energy into a single decision point that can act coherently. Even in the age of hereditary monarchy, the natural alliance was always king plus commons against nobles, fascism plus populism against liberalism, monarchy plus democracy against oligarchy. This is why the Constitution was A, designed as an elected monarchy, B, initially functioned as an elected monarchy, with Hamilton as Washington's Grand Vizier, C, is perceived by voters as an elected monarchy, and D, periodically returns to operating as an elected monarchy, most notably in the 1860s and 1930s. If the drafters of the Constitution had designed the executive branch to be the legislative branch, congressional government in Woodrow Wilson's phrase, it could easily have called it that. If the drafters of the Constitution had wanted the Supreme Court to be the supreme authority, they easily could have written that. Actually, what they wrote is that America elects a president who manages the whole government and commands the whole military. Moreover, this is how everyone who votes thinks it works. This is the real republic. If it is fake, the republic is fake. This is why everyone sees nothing wrong with saying the President of the United States is in power, whereas they might gulp a little at describing the Queen of England as in power. The founders were no perfect engineers. For example, everyone can agree that they should have realized that the Electoral College, which they saw as a very real organ, a human and deliberative board of directors, could only be a ceremonial non-entity. They should also have realized that both legislative and judiciary branches were constructed so as to easily encroach upon executive power, but their intent was extremely clear, and its initial implementation accurately reflected that intent. The Constitution is an elected monarchy because the Constitution was installed as a right-wing coup. Its goal was to replace the chaotic and ineffective Congress of the Confederation with an effective government that was monarchical and national, while retaining the cosmetic appearance of a federation of sovereign states. Later, this fatal, unresolvable ambiguity produced a war. It worked quite well for most of a century. Many wanted Washington to name himself king. He did not, but his aide Hamilton got to run the government for 8 years, which was enough to found a nation. Later, this same role of temporary monarch fell into the hands of Lincoln, assisted by Hay and Nicolay, a pair of young co-founders, every bit Hamilton's equals. Most recently, it was held by FDR, whose pool of apex power hackers was too numerous to name. All American institutions of government originate in these quasi-monarchical eras, which are prolonged states of constitutional exception or emergency. The president becomes the chief executive of the executive branch and governs it, like an army or a company, by command. Whole agencies may be created, reconstructed, or destroyed. Immense responsibilities are held by 29-year-olds. The whole government is a startup. The whole government is no longer a startup, but the words we use project this image. And it is a convincing image, since it used to be real. Simulation of populist fascism. Between these reboots, monarchy decays into oligarchy. Oligarchy is entropically downhill from monarchy, since power is easier to divide than unite. The end state of this process is an amyloid tangle of Kafkaesque bureaucracy, which only the cohesive energy of monarchical management can heal, excise, or replace. History never repeats. But there is certainly a periodic character to the sequence of Washington, Lincoln, and FDR. It seems that we are quite late in this cycle, so we should expect our regime to be relatively oligarchical. Indeed, we see what we expect. But in the minds of most voters, politicians, and pundits, the quasi-royal power of the presidency remains complete and undiminished. We talk about the office exactly as our president was an elected king. We vote for him as if we were electing a king. And whichever candidate wins, we parse him as a king. Not satirically, we call him the leader of the free world. We say he is in power, just as Aristotle describes the old laws as being in force. We clothe him with the imagined authority to make all kinds of enormous changes to the government, then wonder why he chooses not to. This is why juxtaposing the system with the republic is such a high-wire act. The design that works so well to contain these dangerous forces of populism and fascism, that is, democracy and monarchy, is itself a simulation of populist fascism. Almost everyone takes the simulation completely seriously, which is why it works. The energy that could have gone into the real thing goes into the simulation. Yet the constant risk of this containment device is that the simulation simply becomes real. Yet the transparent barriers that prevent this accident are stronger than most can see. What makes the Republic not sovereign? The Republic is not sovereign, because to be sovereign is to be the strongest. To the extent that any state contains some power that no realistic election can overcome, its form of government cannot be Republican. Do you feel in charge? The power standing above the Republic is, I claim, the system. Let us walk the battlements that defend the system from the Republic. Then you can decide whether, as a voter, you feel in charge. First defenders of the dream. The system's first defense against elections is just not to lose them. While political parties are not mentioned in the prescriptive constitution, whose authors despised faction, the two-party system developed so quickly in the early republic and proved so stable that it has an almost paraconstitutional patina. When we think abstractly of a two-party contest, we want to assume it is a contest between two philosophies. In practice, we settle for the ugly reality that the shapes of the parties are geographic, ethnic, and/or economic. Every election is a Cold War, between places, races, or classes. It is not about philosophy at all, only morale. Sometimes the reality is even uglier. A Democratic Party is the tentacle or proxy of some other power, perhaps even a foreign power. Imagine if the Democrats were really just the party of China, and the Republicans the party of Russia. This was more or less the situation in late 18th century America with respect to Britain and France. Now we are the big dog, but foreign proxy parties were also the norm in most other Cold War quote-unquote democracies. Any respectable third world country had a pro-Soviet proxy party and at least one pro-American proxy party. Elections in the system have two parties, deputies and vandals. As is conventional, their conflict purports to be a conflict of philosophies, liberalism versus libertarianism. The student of history is unavoidably reminded of the great Byzantine theological dispute from the 4th century, 𝐷𝐢𝐫𝐴𝐢𝐫𝐻 versus 𝐿𝐷𝐻𝐼𝐻. Since neither liberalism nor libertarianism existed in any recognizable sense before the 18th century, they are not lindy and can cease to exist just as easily. Their conflict and even their very existence appear to be epiphenomena of some other reality. Of course, there are many variants of both philosophies, and one can spend a lifetime learning them. The same was true of Marx-Lenin's studies, which was even less lindy. The ugly reality of the deputy-vandal conflict is that both are class parties. The upper and lower social classes are deputies. The middle social class are vandals. Philosophy is just the ammunition for this typical human tribal Cold War. As man has evolved from the chimpanzee, simulated combat has evolved from hooting and hurling turds. All hurlers of words should understand the simian roots of political debate, us and them, 𝐏𝐫𝐚𝐲 and 𝐾𝐫𝐽, Marx and Spencer. But the really ugly reality of the deputy-vandal conflict is that only the vandals are a class party. The deputies do not promote the interest of any group, even their own. Rather, the deputies are a proxy party, but for the domestic power, that is, the system. Deputies always defend the system. Where they seem to attack it, they are only asking it to try harder. Its proxiness would be easy to see if the system were a foreign power, Sweden, for instance. We would notice that in the eyes of the deputies, Sweden could do no wrong, except in the cases where Sweden needed to step it up and do much more. Because the upper class is inherently ambitious, it is inherently attracted to strength. Were Sweden strong, they would be attracted to Sweden. That's why the conversation, the polite opinion of the upper class, is always synoptic with the voice and the brain. These are the strongest narrative and philosophy, so they are inherently the best. The upper class is naturally loyal to power. The lower class is naturally loyal to the upper class, which naturally returns this loyalty. The middle class is naturally loyal to itself and acts collectively to advance its own collective interests. The upper class acts collectively to advance their own collective power. The lower class acts individually to advance their own individual benefit. So the only party motivated by collective self-interest is the Vandals. The Vandals notice quickly that since the deputies are not motivated by collective self-interest, but individual vanity, which deputies, of course, conceive as individual charity, deputies will happily sacrifice their own collective interests to crush the Vandals. The converse is by no means the case. Unfortunately, being evil often makes evil even stronger. A totally disinterested ruling caste is dangerous. If they paid more attention to their own interests, those interests might at least sometimes coincide with the country's. Instead, individual vanity can easily point them towards collective self-harm, and as the ruling class, their tendency is to take the whole country with them. The Vandals quickly realize that all collective actions which do not involve resisting the system are superfluous, but the middle class is fundamentally herbivorous. Since they act collectively to advance their own collective interests, not for power or glory, they will not happily sacrifice their own interests for a glorious victory, so they lose, and their interests lose too. It's hard out there for a kulak. Most of the kulaks' collective actions against the system, and all of the best, are essentially defensive in nature, and those that are not defensive are no more than vandalism. The Vandals often insult the system, sometimes they manage to humiliate it, once in a while they even obstruct it. Concrete and non-trivial damage is quite rare. In the 1930s, we would see vandalism win victories on a scale that seem unimaginable today, even liquidating whole agencies. Where is the Blue Eagle now? The Federal Writers' Project? Nowhere. Vandals in Congress shot them. Of course, back then the system could create new agencies too. There were giants in the earth in those days. The system's first defense against elections is not to lose them. Its second defense is to lose them, but only to fake Vandals who are 95% deputy. Its third defense is to lose them to real, undiluted Vandals who are 95% incompetent. Its fourth defense is to elect a new people, adding more deputies to outnumber those pesky Vandals. Once all four of these bastions fall, is it over? No. Then the real hacks have to start. The system, we are beginning to see, is quite strong for something that doesn't exist. For the rest of our conversation about the Republic, let's just assume, a fortiori, that the deputies don't vote. All elections, all the time, are won by real and competent Vandals. As we'll see, these barbarian invaders still have no realistic way to damage the system.
How to Hack an Election, Executive Edition. Imagine that every time you went to vote, the voting machine had a volume dial on it, which showed you the power of your vote, from 0 to 10. Of course, your individual vote has almost no power. The dial measures the power of all voters put together, the power of democracy. In an indirect democracy, it measures the power of the office the voters are filling. So long as the election is fair, what else could it measure? How could we set the dial to 0? We could elect a politician to a job that does not matter at all, like Elizabeth II's job. How could we set it to 10? We could elect a politician to a job that has absolute power, like Elizabeth I's job. While these jobs have the same name, they are not the same job, nor do they have the same relevance. Rationally, we would expect the rational voter's interest in any election to correspond to the relevance of the office it fills, but people still participate in elections that don't matter at all. Basketball fans can vote for NBA All-Stars, and they love to. Not only does the All-Star election not matter, it doesn't even really matter to basketball. But is relevance really the active ingredient? Here's a thought experiment. Suppose we reduce the power of the presidency, his actual personal control over the actual real government, by a factor of 10. Would voters care about the election 10 times less? Would politicians be 10 times less interested in getting the position? So perhaps relevance is not the active ingredient. Suppose we could turn the power down by 1,000 times. Then, even if we started at full power, we could turn the election into a pointless, cosmetic exercise. If the monarchy of Britain, with the same roles, privileges, and duties that Elizabeth II holds today, was instead an elected office, would no one care? Would no one vote? This effectively powerless decoy election would create a vacuum of power. It would mean the old laws remain in force, in that the voters still believe in popular sovereignty, not only as an ideal, but as a reality. But that vacuum could be filled by some other organ, which would have the power in its hands. Wouldn't this go well with a doctrine that teaches that democracy is good and politics is bad? Wild Orwell stuff. Americans still really care about who gets to be president. Presidential candidates also care. NBA fans and NBA players both care a lot about who gets to start in the All-Star game. It's easy to assume that means the dial is set to 10. Objectively, is it? People seem to care a lot about relative changes in the power of the presidency. We often hear that the present occupant of the office is making it much more powerful. The imperial presidency. Even if this story is true, it may not mean what you think. In general, doubling anything, a stock price, a salary, a GDP, seems like a large change. Let's say the power of the presidency under so-and-so has doubled. It is easy to assume that this is a large change. Relatively speaking, it is a large change. Absolutely speaking, it need not be. If the volume was at 5, doubling it is a large change. If the volume was at 8, doubling it shouldn't even be possible. It should cause you to suspect the dial. If the volume was at 0.01 and is now at 0.02, it was negligible and remains negligible. It has doubled. You couldn't hear it, and you still can't hear it. Nice. We are starting to get into the good hacks here. The power of democracy, executive edition. What's interesting about this analysis is that it is both banal and unusual. It is obvious, but have you ever heard it? 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 It is obvious, but have you ever heard it? And it leaves us with two very concrete questions. First, what is the power volume of a presidential election today? Second, what forces hold it at that volume? We can now answer these questions easily. The volume of a presidential election is the ratio of the power of a chief oracle to the power of a chief executive. Even between presidents, as different as the 44th and the 45th, perhaps 99.9% of Bureau employees did not see their jobs change at all. If we estimate the oracle/executive power ratio as 1/1000th, then double that in a spirit of generosity, the volume of the election is 0.02. You may hear something if you stick your head right up next to the speaker, especially if you happen to be a bat. And there is no way to turn the volume up. The difference between a chief oracle and a chief executive is that the chief oracle is the apex of a process organization. The chief executive is the apex of a mission organization. A mission organization sends orders downward. A process organization sends decisions upward. They are different things. A chief oracle may decide she is really a chief executive and start issuing orders. There may even be a process for her to do so. If there was a process for her to compel the organization to obey her orders, it would be a command organization. Since there is no such process, her orders are not actually orders, just advice. Often, even usually, the crafty and seasoned operators at the top of the civil service find it expedient to comply with this advice. That doesn't mean they want to make it work. Generally, such a chief learns to concentrate all her energy on just one or two projects, leaving everything else to run itself. These projects may even move forward in a desultory and lumbering way. Anything that can be delayed or left undone will be. It is actually impossible to elect a president who is actually the chief executive of the executive branch, let alone the commander-in-chief of the military. There are no executives in the executive branch. The Bureau does not operate on the executive principle, the mission or command principle. It operates on the process principle, the bureaucratic principle. And its president can only be a chief oracle. It is not even possible to make a process organization into an executive organization. If it is possible, it is an autistic feat of wild genius, like building a working space shuttle out of Legos. And it certainly cannot be done incrementally. If you are running a liquor store and you decide you would rather run a Moroccan restaurant, you close the liquor store and remodel the space as a Moroccan restaurant. You do not morph your liquor store gradually into a Moroccan restaurant. So not only is the presidential election not real, there is no way to make it real. Not only is there no legal way to make it real, there is no extra-legal way to make it real. Since all the processes of the executive branch are dictated by law, and this law is written by the legislative branch, anyone who believes in this law, which is everyone, believes the president is the chief oracle of the legislative civil service, as surely as if this was actually written in the Constitution, which obviously it is not. But even if the president could use some extra legal power to break this law, he could not turn the civil service into an executive organization. So he would still not be a chief executive. Even by electing a vandal of the utmost virulence, who happens to also be a brilliant, proven CEO or general, and not at all a giant phony, the voters can have no significant effect on the government. You might as well enter the world's best jockey in a rodeo. He knows a lot about winning a horse race, and nothing about staying on a bull. Any new Vandal administration realizes by March that its only real goal is to remain on the animal, which means keeping its popularity, since vandalism is populism. And yet the president was still elected on the platform of winning the Kentucky Derby. He may be the finest jockey in history. The Derby has never been won by any animal that wasn't a horse. He will have to keep his popularity while disappointing his fans. This gulf between reality and simulation requires him to use psychological warfare techniques on his own voters. A vandal-on-vandal backstab, which leaves vandalism all the more compromised. It is a small step from this noble lie, whose purpose is at least glorious, to mere ignoble grift for money. Everything about vandalism is a trap. And this is how the system contains the menace of populist democracy, which at the bottom end peters out in a mist of peasant fantasies and chumbox goji berries. Breaching the Containment, Executive Edition. And yet, at the highest absolute levels of political energy, this logic may break down. The energy levels needed for this breach are still orders of magnitude above any level currently available, so this conversation should excite neither hope nor fear. To break the containment of democracy through the executive is to cross the Rubicon. Anyone who dares cross the Rubicon had better cross it in a serious, determined, and effective way. They cannot just sit down on the far bank and start fishing. They have no time to think about where to go next. Crossing the Rubicon is not a complete act. That stream is not crossed for its own sake. It is crossed on the way to somewhere. Suppose a Vandal candidate is so virulent a Vandal that, while campaigning, he promises that, if elected, he will declare a state of emergency rule by decree for 4 years. To elect him is to elect a temporary emperor, like Washington, Lincoln, and FDR before him. Or, as he might put it, he will assume his full legal power and take full constitutional control of the co-equal sovereign executive branch, giving full and fair consideration to the wise and interesting opinions of its peers, the judicial and legislative branches. In fact, our new Vandal president claims, any supposed law that purports to give the judicial or legislative branches parallel management authority over the executive branch is blatantly unconstitutional. It means there is no executive branch at all, clearly contradicting the intent of the Constitution, which gave the House the power of the purse to enforce frugal administration, not to micromanage another branch. Our Vandal-in-Chief will ignore these unconstitutional laws and take unilateral control of the executive branch with the same authority over budget, process, organization, and personnel as any private sector CEO. So, unlike previous presidential elections, the voters will actually decide who gets to control the government. A real election. One might think this was a genuinely high-volume election. Such is not necessarily so. The emperor's decrees still have to work. By default, they will not. If an absolute emperor sends unconditional decrees to a process organization, his problem of converting it into an effective mission organization is more magical than political. King Canute found that absolute power cannot command the sea, nor can it order liquor store clerks to become Moroccan chefs. And the even higher energy level is needed. For the election to reach a meaningful power volume, the voter needs a candidate who not only has a radical plan to take absolute power, but also a radical plan to use it. And the first use of this power cannot be reorganizing the Bureau, but rather replacing the Bureau. In Lenin's words, not capturing the existing machine, but smashing it and replacing it with a new one. Creating a new mission organization is far easier than refactoring an old process organization, especially given capacity for an executive organization that already exists in both castle and factory. Of course, this new organization would still need a plan, but we have gone far enough. This use of the institutions of the Republic is a hack. The system already hacked the Republic. The flaw in this hack is their need to pretend the Republic still exists. The hack that terminates the system may enter through this same imperfection, arguably using the Republic's parchment elections even more cynically than the system itself. It would be idle to pretend that some such hack in any sense constitutes restoring the Republic. It does not. It is only a democratic coup. It completes the Republic's cycle. The Republic is already dead. The next regime has no choice but to bury it. Once the system is the old regime, the Republic and its constitution are the old regime. No one will be able to imagine that it lives or could be revived, any more than the Stuarts or the Articles of Confederation. The Republic will belong to historians, its constitution to antiquarians. No one will damage the actual parchment. But this is all fantasy, of course. Not that in a fantasy world it couldn't work. It could quite well work. Although smashing the existing machine is only the start of a plan. And in our world, Lenin's smashing techniques are both unacceptable and ineffective. This plan takes orders of magnitude more political energy than is obviously available, but that lets us see that there is no other plan that works with any amount of energy. How to hack an election. Legislative edition. So the system is secure against Article 2 of the Republic's Constitution. But what about Article 1? Democracy is still out there, trying to kill our beautiful system. It was easy to talk about the presidency as if it was the only election anyone cares about. It is certainly the only election anyone gets emotional about. Everyone cares about the Article 2 election, which does not matter. Hardly anyone cares about the Article 1 election, which does matter. From a hacker's perspective, this is just lovely. The Article 1 election matters because it elects Congress. If you want to sound like an insider, say the Congress. Congress, the committee, matters because it writes the rules for the building. Since the building is a process organization, power does not flow upward to its oracle, it flows to its process writers. The process writers are Congress, for true legislation, plus agency regulators, using authority delegated by Congress. As a young Woodrow Wilson put it, the actual form of our present government is simply a system of congressional supremacy. Again, the legislative branch is the legislative civil service. Since the judicial branch has taken to legislating, it too has joined the legislative civil service. System jargon: the committee is true lawmakers plus administrative rule makers. The chamber is true judges plus administrative judges. The building is all other civil servants. The coordinator is the building's chief oracle. With Congress's consent, appoints one layer of sub-oracles. Without its consent, an even deeper layer of sub-oracles. None of these Schedule Cs, a few thousand of them, are necessary for the operations of the Bureau. The permanent civil service can easily run itself. Anyone who has a coin in their pocket has an oracle in their pocket. Nothing too awful will go wrong if all high-level agency decisions in USG are made randomly. At least, nothing that isn't going wrong already. When in doubt, do nothing is also an excellent rule well known to all bureaucracies. It would be going too far to say that Article 2 politicians and their appointees cannot affect the Bureau at all. They cannot affect it much. Certainly, the political layer has no reliable and direct way to compel the permanent civil service to obey it. Appointees do have more power to obstruct change. Not changing is the default mode of bureaucracy. But power is conserved. Moving real executive power to the legislative branch is a clever way to defeat presidential elections. It just moves all the democracy risk into legislative elections. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Turning down the power volume on the Article 2 voting machine is a great hack. All that power has to go somewhere. It just goes into the Article 1 voting machine. So when we look at that dial, it looks like it is turned up to 10. Congress can do anything. Let's use our Nazi test again. If Americans were so foolish as to elect a congressional supermajority of Nazis, this Congress could legally turn America into a Nazi country. A Nazi president would at least have to figure out how to break the law. If the legal and customary power of the office is the power of the voting machine, the Article 1 machine works, or so it would appear. From the system's perspective, Congress is a huge security vulnerability. From the Republic's perspective, Congress is the last bastion of operational democracy. Congressional elections are free and fair. Whoever wins them really does control the country. There is no more objective definition of democracy. Could all this theory just be wrong? Could the sovereignty of the Republic, like some coelacanth, be found alive and well in some deep legislative trench of the Potomac? Alas, when we look more closely at this subsystem, we start to pick up anomalies. The hackers have been here too.
Back on the hacker's trail. Here are a few anomalies that conflict with the hypothesis that Congress is actually a functioning Republican institution, a living fossil of real 18th century democracy. This catalog is by no means exhaustive, but we will try to stop once it gets tiresome. The first anomaly is that almost no one has an emotional attachment to congressional elections in the same way that almost everyone attaches to presidential elections. Again, everyone cares about the elections that don't matter, rather than the elections that do matter. These low-engagement elections are therefore decided by unlovely and unreasonable factors like who can afford the most lawn signs. The second anomaly is that the state of emotional disconnection from Congress is durable. Its cause is a durable trend, the decline of geographic community. Obviously, the architecture of geographic representation was designed for a world in which local societies mattered. Not only did everyone know their neighbors, everyone had some kind of human relationship with local patrons, boosters, or celebrities, the kind of prominent patricians that would become senators or rabble-rousing orators who would become representatives. In our century, there is no such thing as a local celebrity. Geography is meaningless. Where you live is just the GPS coordinates where you park your car. Hardly anyone even knows their neighbors. Congressional districts might as well be apportioned by the first two letters of everyone's name. The third anomaly is that Congress is, in practice, elected for life, or close to it. This could indicate that Congress is popular and successful, and most congresspersons are so well chosen that their constituents remain happy with them. Or it could mean that incumbents can raise more money and afford more lawn signs. Since 2006, congressional incumbency rates are typically above 85% for Senate, with a low of 80% and a high of 93%, and 90% for the House, with a low of 85% and a high of 97%. Yet, since 2006, Congress has held a public approval rating generally between 20 and 30 degrees Fahrenheit, with a low of 9 and a high of 39. These numbers say that while everyone is full of warm tropical fuzzies for their own congresspersons, their emotional connection with the whole institution is cold enough for ice fishing. WTF. Whatever this anomaly indicates, it's not a healthy democracy. Something's not right. The fourth anomaly is that even when some plucky underdog steals a House or Senate election from an elder state person, they capture a small fraction of the clout they kill. Some old person has to retire involuntarily. His seat is empty, but it is just a seat. That seat always has the same power and votes on the floor, but meaningful votes on the floor are rare and rarely of real consequence. What matters is votes in committees, institutions defined by rules that are no more than customs and go unmentioned in the Constitution. Also unmentioned in the Constitution are the seniority practices of these committees, which dictate that the plucky, bright-eyed freshman underdog has to start at the absolute powerless bottom. We could search not just the Constitution, but all the writings of all the founders ever for any idea of any such Venetian gerontocracy. Here it is.
Why is it?
There are not 100 Americans who could even try to justify this incredible system. The fifth anomaly is that neither individuals nor parties seem to matter that much. Certainly, the balance of power in Congress shifts when the control of the House and Senate shifts between deputies and vandals. It also shifts when the White House shifts because of the veto. But these are subtle changes, which rarely affect more than a small percentage of what Congress does, and what a Congress touches is, of course, the tiniest fraction of what the government is actually doing. Everything the government does is ordained by Congress, or by administrative rulemakers in the agencies, to whom it has delegated that authority. Congress could do anything or change anything. Not even the Supreme Court could object. Congress can impeach it. Congressional supermajority has the purest, most Schmittian sovereignty. A congressional majority, especially plus a coordinator, is close. Yet, Congress changes almost nothing. The elections are free and fair. Everyone's vote says they're perfectly satisfied with Congress, although their voices say they're not. Congress's votes say they're perfectly satisfied with the government as it is, though surely not one of them would make that claim, nor would many voters. Again, WTF. In 2017 and 2018, all three branches had vandal majorities, with a coordinator who spoke in some of the stormiest vandal rhetoric ever used. You may have been informed otherwise, but the substantive changes to government were objectively microscopic. Almost everyone in the USG was doing the exact same job in 2018 as 2016. A well-blinded historical analysis would have some difficulty determining the party in power on the Hill from its legislative record, and very little luck in deriving it from the operations of the government. let alone the actual condition of the country. So Congress is behaving exactly as if it were under some invisible constraint. It is probably not the Freemasons, the elders of Zion, Q, or those pizza people. It is probably something more banal, and I claim it is. But a constraint is a constraint. We have found enough anomalies that we know something here is very strange. There are plenty more, but they would be superfluous. We need no further objections to the old story. We need a new story. What the heck is up with Congress?
True history of a legislature. Both House and Senate were designed to be deliberative parliamentary institutions that formed one opinion from the dynamic consensus of many strong-willed and independent-minded statesmen. In the 18th century, even the existence of political parties, faction, to the founders, was considered a corruption of the Constitution. This vision of a parliamentary body was of course built on the experience of the last century of Parliament itself, which was the history of these schismatic Englishmen. A party is not meaningful without the concept of party discipline, which implies that its members are subject to some constraint above their private judgment, wisdom, and honor. A parliament which decides by counting party hats is already most of the way to a non-parliament. There is no real parliamentary deliberation in Congress today. What actually happens to Mr. Smith when he goes to Washington, whether as deputy or vandal, is that he faces the same choice given every politician in the show, whether to play ball or be a maverick. A maverick president will find himself constantly bombarded with fireballs, which disappear as soon as he follows the real rules. Unless he is an absolute madman, this behavioral conditioning rapidly teaches him to behave. A maverick congressman or senator is just ignored. A backbencher in the British parlance. Sometimes a consistent record of good behavior can bring a man back from this purgatory, but usually not. Eventually, his revenue streams all dry up, he cannot afford to pay the TV stations, and he is replaced with a good ball player. Let's assume Representative Smith plays ball. He has one more relevant decision to make. He has to hire a staff. His party will offer him a fine selection of dislocated, junior, damaged, or distressed Hill staffers, and they will be offered to him. This staff will do all his government work. They will tell him how to think and how to vote. He is, of course, still the head of his own office and makes all the final decisions. Like all elected politicians, even in his own office, he is an oracle, not an executive. He does not achieve a mission, he oversees a process. Representative Smith cannot chill. He will work long hours. His hours are spent raising money, making connections, looking good, and trying not to look bad. He does not have to care about statesmanship. He does not have time to care about statesmanship. And at a certain level, it might even be tasteless for him to have deeply held ideological beliefs. Like a porn star, perhaps, who develops inappropriate feelings for his co-leads. Mostly, he likes his staff and just thinks what they tell him to think. If he makes a speech on the floor, it is a speech they wrote for him. He is reading it for the camera, in hopes that some office of the voice will use a clip. If anyone is on the floor listening, they are not thinking about the merits of his argument. Cicero is not in the building. As for the staff, they are cool kids who believe whatever is cool wherever they're from. Congress is not a parliament, but it still legislates. It would be slightly misleading to say that the legislating, writing the text of actual bills, is not done by the legislators, but by their staff. Actually, most legislative language is not even written by the staff. While there are always exceptions, anything in a bill is supported by some interest or power. The bill's supporters are more than happy to write the language. The staff are editors. They decide whose language to include. They, too, do not chill.
The two engines of power. In the modern system, there are two general sources of legislation in Congress. Since they do not have collective names, let's give them system names: the shop and the front. Both make it their business to steer the committee, and they should be seen as part of it. They steer it in slightly different ways, for slightly different reasons. The shop, lobbyists, steers the government for money. The front, activists, steers the government for power. The front sells importance to rich people. The shop sells influence to corporations. At its worst, the front is vanity, the shop corruption. But sometimes either can do a good and righteous thing. Because the deputies care about power and the vandals care about money, we should not be surprised that the front is made of deputies and the shop is made of vandals. Even exceptions to this principle tend to prove the rule. For instance, even though the NRA is shaped more like the ACLU than like Google, most people would say that the ACLU employs activists, while Google and the NRA hire lobbyists. Representative Smith can ignore either the shop or the front, but not both. In fact, he will do better if he pays some respect to both. He needs donors for all those lawn signs. Donors are aligned with either, and whichever party he represents, he must respect the cathedral, or he will be a pariah to everyone. If he is a vandal, he must at least respect the brain, and he must stay out of the way of the voice. If he is a deputy, his brain is the brain, and the oxygen in his lungs, or at least his political career, is the voice. He must do everything possible to catch the voice's attention. TV is a tough business. So unfortunately, it is better if Representative Smith takes care to make sure every day really is a good hair day. Furthermore, the committees Representative Smith is assigned to regulate specific offices of the building. His office will be as effective as possible if his staff has the best possible relationship with the most important people in those offices, and so on. Ultimately, the network of pressures on Representative Smith has him held captive many times over. The question is not whose wires are attached to him, but whose wires are not attached to him. And when all the force on all these wires are added up, they pull Representative Smith and the rest of Congress in more or less the same direction they were always going. Representative Smith, to be as effective as possible, must deal with both sides. As a vandal, he will do by far the best if he, quote-unquote, grows into a, quote-unquote, centrist. But if he can still pick a side, he should be a deputy. The deputies have more money and better press. Also, the deputies actually can work surprisingly well with the shop, whereas the front will never touch most vandals. This combination of stable forces produces a centrist Congress which gradually trends left, like the rest of the system. And this is where your vote for Congress goes to die. Representative Smith is not, cannot be, and will never be anything like a free agent. So you did not elect him to power. So in electing him, you had no power. So the volume on the Article 2 voting machine is also turned down to almost zero, but using a completely different exploit kit. Nice. A brief history of parliaments. Representative Smith certainly has no time to try to be Napoleon. Great man theory may be true or false, but there are no great men in Congress nor great women. These people are TV hosts, not little Churchills and Hitlers, let alone Pitts and Burkes. The original idea of parliamentary government in Europe was the presence of an embarrassment of riches in statesmen, nobles and gentry used to wielding absolute power in their own local domains, now brought together to cooperate in guiding the nation by making convincing speeches that convince each other. If one leader was needed, it was the most compelling speaker, a post that Pitt the Younger obtained on the basis of talent rather than pedigree at 24. This was what a parliament was. This was what a Congress, a frank imitation of the mother of parliaments, was. Not an office building full of anchormen, producers and lawyers, with a chamber that exists only as a soundstage, making speeches recorded only for C-SPAN and sound bites, passing 9,000-page quote-unquote bills like gospel and decrees. Like the presidency, the illustrious name of the United States Congress is being worn as a shell by a wholly different organism. The more respect we hold for this sacred name, which generations greater than ours have filled with immeasurable breadth and life, the more deeply we must hope for its peaceful and permanent retirement. The Constitution is not a parody of itself. It was written to mean what it said. It was written as a legal contract for a nation of country lawyers. And like any contract, it was written to mean nothing if not fully in force. If I sell you my car and you don't give me the money, I don't have to give you the car. If the Constitution is not in force, the Constitution is void. The actual Constitution is the unwritten structure of real power. This Constitution should be obeyed, not because it's lawful, but because it's powerful. Power is the source of law, and to the extent that power is consistent and predictable, power is law. But if the authors of the Constitution could see the United States today, they would be puzzled and perturbed to think that their document could be considered the blueprint of the regime they observe, and no institution would seem weirder than Congress.
Breaching the containment. Legislative edition. As with the executive branch, sufficient political energy could pierce all these containment devices and turn the legislative branch back into a sovereign regime. As with the executive branch, this plan would take far more energy than is available. If anything, it is a more dangerous and unlikely plan, but it illustrates the difficulty. This effort would have to organize itself as a political party, but not a party like Republicans and Democrats. It would have to be a real, historical party, with structure and strategy more reminiscent of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, majority, or the National Socialist German Labor Party, or even the Communist Party of the United States. We're looking at a true 21st century Tyrannosaurus. It would not even define itself as a formal competitor to established parties. The party would be happy to run candidates in both primaries, which would just mean it was appealing to all social classes, but it would enforce strict adherence to its party line, and it would disqualify anyone who has ever been associated with the system. Only this structure can produce the party discipline needed to turn electoral victory into absolute power. The same rough design is used by religious and quasi-religious organizations like Scientology, the Jesuits, or the Muslim Brotherhood for the same reasons. Any successful startup is also, to a certain extent, a cult. Once the party has a supermajority, it will discard all existing legislative rules and personnel, as it has every legal right to do so. Instead, it will elect its leader as a prime minister, as it has every legal right to do so. Now, the leader is sovereign legally. If the Supreme Court illegally objects to these actions, Congress will legally impeach it. A congressional regime change is generally much more legal. It need not assume emergency powers, only pass exceptional laws. The supermajority can complete a thorough regime change without bruising even a fiber of constitutional vellum. However, the party has an enormous number of elections to win. Not only does the party's energy have to spread far and wide in space and society, House and Senate elections are staggered. To capture Congress as a whole, the party has to spread its energy across 6 years in time. Once this strategy succeeds, the result is a classic 20th century one-party state. While this design does have certain advantages over the modern system, its track record across the whole century is generally very questionable. But, once again, the enormous difficulty of making legislative elections effective shows us how far we are from democracy, or at least from popular sovereignty. The containment election. Having examined both the Article 1, legislative, and Article 2, executive authorities, we return to the question of whether Congress and/or the White House, in their current operating condition, are best considered as Republican or Democratic institutions. If they are not, what have they become? If it is something bad, how can they be safely disabled? Obviously, Article 3, the judiciary, is explicitly counter-democratic. Let's go back to the metaphor of power volume in an election. If the wires of the election are intact, the volume is 10, a full sovereignty election. The institution has all the sovereignty prescriptively ascribed to it. Nothing is perfect, but any volume below 5 is questionable, and anything under 1 is some kind of a trap. In these containment elections, often with a power volume orders of magnitude below 1, almost all of the energy that voters invest in an election dissipates, with no possibility of any significant effect on the objective government. Everyone knows other countries have fake elections. No one thinks it could happen to them. A containment election is a sort of political buffer or honeypot. It absorbs the shocks of raw democratic energy and tricks the vandals into sincerely playing a game that they cannot win. The American people are hacking into an empty server. They think they are winning, or at least that they can win. When they lose, they lose. When they win, they think they are winning something. They aren't. But their IPs are getting logged.
The pitchfork election. Suppose these containment elections are terminated. The system takes off its mask. It fires all its politicians. It cancels the republic. It operates without its human face. Would this make the system stronger or weaker? It would be weaker. The potential of populist democracy would still exist without any device to contain it. Formal elections are not the only kind of election. If elections did not exist, informal elections could be invented. These elections might be effective. An election is a contest of display in which one side demonstrates to the satisfaction of both that it is stronger than its opponent, giving the weaker side an incentive to concede without escalating. Formal elections also work because they are habitually obeyed, but politics remains a special case of war. The informal and military origin of electoral power is the power of the majority to intimidate the minority with a mere head count, and this head count also gives the majority the self-confidence to prevail. A street demonstration, which is also hard to count, accomplishes the same result. What is a demonstration but a demonstration of potential force? Not a mob, but a potential mob. A demonstration is a street election. Its count is not as accurate as a ballot, but attending a demonstration is a stronger demonstration of a will to fight. Ultimately, an army is just a well-trained, well-equipped, well-led demonstration. Since it's still kind of a free country, the vandals have ways to reliably count their own heads. These ways might not involve either government or the street. Any credible census is a crude, improvised, uncontained election which might work all too well. Call it a pitchfork election. This kind of improvised direct democracy is a dangerous design. A crowd that knows its own power is as sovereign as it gets, and the sovereign crowd is the H-bomb of regime change. It can end as well as in Prague, or as badly as in Paris. Again, the levels of political energy required for any kind of successful pitchfork election are orders of magnitude above the level available in America today. But humans are humans and energy levels can change, especially if the only change needed is a transient excitement, not lasting engagement, a spike, not a plateau. Politics as the spectacle of the scapegoat. The purpose, randomly evolved, not intelligently designed, of a contained formal election which apparently works perfectly but objectively has little power to change the actual government, is oligarchy's best defense against populism, aka democracy. What remains of the republic has become armor to defend the system now living in its shell from any rebirth of democracy. It ensures that raw populist energy does not re-emerge and successfully attack the real government. Since government is a good and necessary thing, the objective observer cannot help sympathizing with this design. Even if it is a hack, it's quite a hack. What is politics, anyways? We designed the system without it. Let's go back and fix that. We'll add a new organ, the show. The show is the set of all elected or appointed government officials, politicians, and political appointees. The show is a symbolic government elected in containment elections. The purpose of the show is to protect the system from populist vandalism by channeling populist energy into a futile and meaningless public drama. The show solves two problems, one simple and one subtle. First, the show shows the Republic still exists. The show has, of course, retained procedural and ritual continuity since the 18th century. It always looks unchanged. That is the point of the show. And at the top of the show is a temporary ceremonial monarch, the coordinator. The voters are in charge, since they elect the coordinator. It's all good. Second, the show keeps the system from being held accountable. As Harry Truman, not the first president, definitely the first coordinator, observed, the buck has to stop somewhere. Someone has to be responsible. If they are responsible, they are accountable. A process organization needs a final decision maker, a chief oracle. If the chief oracle is an officer of the building, his rank is permanent and he serves for life. This is sovereignty. Sovereignty is distributed around the entire officer corps of the system. That's what makes it an oligarchy. But if the building can pass any difficult decision up to the politicians on the show, it is completely free from accountability. The point of politicians is to be accountable for the performance of the government. They are 𝐲𝐢𝐿𝐴 scapegoats, of course. The accountability is genuine. The staff of the Bureau is very stable. The cast of the show is very dynamic. Everyone on the show is 100% disposable. The politicians might make bad decisions, of course. A coin toss might make bad decisions. The public can elect two kinds of politicians. One who picks the right staffers, then say and do what their staff tells them to do, and ones who don't. The voice is not at all shy about telling the voters which is which, and if the voters pick the wrong kind of politician who gets bad results, the government always works better when the politicians play ball. Isn't the result just a kind of education?
Origin story of the modern regime. Like, how did this even happen? How did we get this system? This is not a history lecture, but the system needs a quick comic book origin story. In 1944, America's last king, the dying FDR, about to literally conquer the world, chose a non-entity as his successor to implement his pharaonic will, that no one would inherit his throne. So he literally chose a nobody as his VP. With this nobody as president, the personal regime of King Franklin would live forever as a permanent oligarchy. With a nobody in the Oval Office, all the wires of personal control, often informal, by which the White House commanded the New Deal and the Allied war machine, would snap and could not be reconnected. The bureaucracy would run itself forever. This act of succession turned a monarchy into an oligarchy and created the modern system. Truman had negative status among New Dealers. Truman was not even ideologically reliable. Truman had even been an isolationist. Truman had suggested that America let the Nazis and commies fight it out. Truman was a petty Southern machine politician without any apparent talents. Truman was a mediocre man with no real talents either. Installing this haberdasher in a White House that no longer ruled Washington, but now instead was ruled by it, would instantly demonstrate the success of the new model and ensure that no successor would threaten the new permanent system. It was also a bit of a flex, as if FDR had nominated his horse, and everyone still had to say nice things about the horse, hence Truman. This origin story is a comic book version. Some of it is built more on inference than evidence. Who really knows what FDR was thinking? He said what he was thinking. He said a lot of things. Nothing FDR said, in public or private, can ever be taken at face value. A really sound history of his period and his regime has yet to be written. Whether this explanation of the weird Truman decision is true, or just should be true, the modern system cannot be understood except by its origin in the mid-20th century. And it is born, or at least takes its current form, with the death of FDR. It is too simple to say that FDR was a king and his successors have all just been actors. But there is no better elevator explanation. Maintaining the illusion of the sovereignty of the show is a core competence of the Bureau. This task changes with election swings. It is a convincing illusion. Rooted in the real reality of FDR, it builds a continuous narrative from real events and people, all the way down to the present day. The show is the greatest soap opera that ever lived. When the deputies win the election and go on the show, in full West Wing mode, there is epsilon space between show and system. So the show has no power, but it will always follow its script. Anyone can script an illusion if the actors stick to their lines. It is simply a fact that the system is more efficient when the deputies are in charge, though it is often more efficient at doing the wrong thing. When the vandals are on the show, the whole building is nominally under vandal control. It is, after all, the executive branch. The task of the building officers is to preserve this illusion without letting the vandals do too much damage. They are professionals in this task, and their adversaries are amateurs. Also, in general, these periods make a much better show and pump up public engagement with politics. This kayfabe politics can and will go on forever, until its customers realize it is fake. At a certain level, they realize their elections are fake, still not as much as wrestling fans do, and wrestling fans are still wrestling fans. And look at how many words it took to get here. Even the interns at the witch hunting agencies have fallen asleep. The tiger, he destroyed his cage. Now let's shift perspectives and ask how we can break out of this cage. Can we hack the hack itself? Can we turn elections back from a shield against the public to a mace the public can wield, even against the system itself? The interns suddenly wake up. In our discussions of the executive and legislative branch, we have given specific plans to hack the election back. Let us abstract from these details back to general principles. In both cases, the hacks proposed are frankly unrealistic. They may require orders of magnitude more political energy than are currently available. Let's continue to assume that this energy will magically materialize and figure out how we could work with it practically if it did. This will at least leave us one step away from answering the question, and these levels of energy are by no means historically unprecedented. First, let's review the containment hacks which we are trying to subvert. Remember that Article 1 is legislative, and Article 2 is executive, though this feels totally wrong. The Article 2 election is contained in a clever way. It elects a chief executive of the legislative branch. All the power of the office is dissipated in trying to command a bureau that is not actually commandable, hammering a square peg into a round hole. This conversion of work into heat is where your vote goes. The Article 1 election is contained in a dumb way, an infinite list of dull, invisible, and effective structural restraints, none of which is sufficient on its own, all of which add up to a robust power valve that protects an oligarchic legislature from democracy. The legislature's power is real. Capturing it by election is almost impossible. Elections can change partisan control, but most business is nonpartisan. Most vandals are compromised. Most challengers lose. Most who win are irrelevant freshmen. Your vote has all these and many other ways to turn work into heat. Article 2 elections are difficult to win, and victory captures a weak institution. Article 1 elections control real power, but control of this power is almost impossible to win. Little energy is needed to capture the executive branch. High energy is required to make the executive branch real. Very high energy is required to capture the legislative branch, but captured, it is already 100% real. Our assessment of the power of the Republic's elections was conveyed by the metaphor of a volume dial. While this is a useful simplification, the actual transfer function, the mapping from energy input to power output, is more complex. It is linear, like a volume dial, only within the present normal range of political energies. At much higher energy levels, orders of magnitude higher than are common today, the containment barrier is breached. The power transfer function enters an alternate envelope, a threshold or step function. The buffer fills up, the circuit melts down. The resistance goes to 0, and the volume goes up to 10. The voting machine transmits the full power of sovereignty. On his way out,
The operator does not bother to retrieve his coat. The tiger is out. But, having breached containment, what does this tiger do next?
Art of the auto coup. The Battle of the Crater was a minor but unusual Civil War battle. A Union officer, realizing that the Union had many soldiers with mining experience, created a plan to tunnel under the Confederate line and blow it to hell. After much labor, the mine worked exactly as designed, but the general appointed to command the Union attack was incompetent. He had no idea how to exploit the gap. His soldiers just milled around the crater until deafened Confederates ran back up and started shooting them like pigeons. Breaching containment elections is an amazing feat and takes an amazing plan. This plan, though, is not really a plan. It's just the start of a plan. Whatever force or organization breaches the containment dome will assure the full powers of FDR, at least. In fact, cleaning up 80 plus years of FDR's legacy system may take more executive power than FDR, who could not quite regard Congress or the court as rubber stamps. But clean up is not even a plan, just the start of a plan. Suppose a plan starts with an Article 2 election. This plan must first break through the containment elections and let the people elect a sovereign, constitutional president. This president must assume emergency powers and govern unilaterally for 4 years. He must also use those powers to thoroughly dissolve the system. He must also replace it with a new and permanent regime. He must also confirm the death of the Republic. We are not looking at a second FDR. More like a second Akhenaten, or at least an Ataturk. His election will be the end of history as we know it. The system, by its incompetence, has already ordained this national transformation. Who in 2020 still thinks the country is actually okay? I want to meet this person. But until this transformation is ready to happen properly, it is not ready to happen at all. And it will certainly not be ready to happen anytime soon. Actually, winning takes an amazing plan, amazing leadership, and an amazing amount of political energy. Until all three of these factors come to the table, any action at all, legal or illegal, violent or nonviolent, respectable or obscene, serious or funny, is a fail. The only exceptions might be legal, nonviolent, and funny. Don't fail at any of these. In general, your most effective
collective
action is nothing. If you even speak in public, don't debate. Speak to only people who agree with you or could. Your adversaries are human beings. If they wake from their political addictions, that choice must be their own, and always prefer a private to public speech. This position of political passivism lasts until real change is possible. If you want to work on something, plan. There is plenty to do. Any failed, half-hearted, half-cocked, or unplanned attempt at any kind of regime change is extremely dangerous, both to its personnel and to innocent bystanders, and it makes further attempts much harder. If a normal election of 2016 is like a flying kite, a regime change election is like launching a satellite, which is also, in a sense, flying. Not only is it an orbital launch more difficult than flying a kite, its failure modes are way more dramatic. Yet this type of launch, often called an auto coup, is by no means historically rare. Next to the classic military coup, the auto coup may be the most common form of regime change. It is less radical and more likely to lead to a recurrence, but much safer. it is still kind of gnarly. But nothing is perfect. Because of the number of congressional elections, a democratic coup implemented through Article 1 is a much heavier effort than a one man, one vote, one time Article 2 auto coup. But it has more legitimacy, since it does not require emergency powers. But it also has big logistical problems because of the staggered calendars of the House and Senate elections. The effectiveness of this defense is also not an accident. There is no easy answer. The ideal democratic coup might even attack both branches at the same time, since the energy can be used for both. Yes, Americans can still elect a new regime, but they have to really, really want one. And they all have to want the same one. And it has to be one that can actually work. The distance from here to any such regime change can hardly be exaggerated, but no path is shorter. So the lesson of these thought experiments in regime change is not that everyone who is done with the system should either be conspiring like Hollywood communists in the 1930s or writing in General Pinochet on their mail-in ballots. Not only is the energy for effective collective action totally absent, the engineering has not even been done. Not only is there no rocket fuel, there is no rocket and no satellite. Arguably, there are not even any real rocket scientists. And the threshold function is brutal. Anything short of a successful rocket launch of a working satellite is a perfect waste of energy, and often a dangerous waste of energy, especially if it actually involves real rocket fuel. It is possible to learn rocket science, even without flight testing rockets. Historical data is probably sufficient. The laws of fire, steel, and air are known. They were known to Plato and Aristotle. Times have changed. Man has not. Learning what Wyndham Lewis called the art of being ruled is 1/10 learning and 9/10 relearning.
Why democracy died, why it cannot be reborn. Many people, more and more people every year, have a kind of dim intuitive sense that the system is not the republic. This is not unlike the general pressure you may feel if inadequately sedated during a colonoscopy. While the system has perhaps never been stronger or stabler, its level of anesthetic leave more and more to be desired. The imported Turkish label deep state isn't even that off the mark. The system for boomers is the deep state plus fake news plus cultural Marxism. A crude definition, not utterly wrong, and resilient to even severe vascular dementia. Senility, like mere stupidity, can increase political acuity by rendering complex myths incomprehensible, a kind of neurological Occam's razor, but we still must give it up for all based boomers. Alas, almost everyone who senses that democracy is dead can only admit it is dying. They all come up with the same plan to fix it: restoring the republic. Democracy will shake off the shackles of this parasitic conspiracy, the system, just as the snail shell shakes off the shackles of the hermit crab. Isn't this the obvious plan? The obvious plan: fixing the hack, unironically restoring the republic, and using its power to rein in the system. The unusual plan: hacking the hack, instrumentally using the republic's machinery to dissolve the system, and booting up a successor state which looks nothing at all like either system or republic. The obvious plan cannot work in the obvious way, because the voting machines are hacked. Hacking them back is the only way to break through the containment election, but to hack them is to short out the voting machines and reset their volume back to 10, which means the republic is on again. 18th century, we have a go. Why not just leave it on? Why not just a democratic coup which restores democracy? Both plans have the same problem: lack of democratic energy. Both need far more energy than is now available. Given the same problem, why not choose the obvious? The flaw in the obvious plan. The obvious plan needs continuous energy. It demands that Americans establish and maintain a Norman Rockwell level of virtuous, diligent, and effective supervision over their government, as though Richmond, California in 2020 was Springfield, Massachusetts in 1820. Any political scientist, past or present, will agree that a Republican form of government depends on a virtuous people. Since a republic is immortal, at least in the sense that a jellyfish is immortal, a virtuous people will often found one, only to find that a century or two later it has fallen into the hands of their vain, godless, dissolute descendants. Fewer prophets preach to these descendants on how to escape from a republic they are too weak to operate. Not least because only the virtuous would listen. No, generally the prophets go full Jeremiah. But perhaps there is still a useful way to worry. Americans are certainly used to worrying about the quality of our electorate. We worry in a strange way, though. We worry that fickle, childlike, and incompetent voters will make bad decisions, and the country will be governed badly. This is because we are not used to checking the volume dial on the voting machines. An incompetent sovereign is not a paradox or a novelty. Most historical regimes are hereditary monarchies, a system that produces a steady stream of biological glitches, child kings, mad kings, mentally challenged kings, and deranged, flighty queens. In any situation in which any sovereign organ, individual or collective, is inherently incapable, from intellect or temperament, of exercising its legitimate responsibilities, those responsibilities will be raptured, covertly or overtly, by some other power. Scottish history is particularly notorious for the use of child kings as mascots for coalitions of rapacious earls. What happens under an incompetent sovereign is not incompetent government. What happens is that real power is taken from this un-king, temporarily or permanently, and some other person or persons rule in his name. Any organ incompetent to wield power is also incompetent to retain it. This rapture is exactly what the system has done with the Republic, not temporarily. Children grow up. Decaying societies decay more. And an idiot republic has a harder and harder time in holding any significant popular attention. A vicious cycle. Why do politicians have no real power? Because the people who elect them have no real power. How do we expect the politicians in Congress to matter when they are elected on party identification plus name recognition? Why do voters keep caring about who gets to be president when they see almost no evidence that the president has any actual power over the real government? The reason the next regime cannot be the republic is that the next regime starts right away with the people it actually has. The next regime does not have the privilege, like early New England, of ruling a homogeneous society of staunch Puritan pilgrims. It is ruling a population without the culture, habit, or capacity to in any real way rule itself. America, the birthplace of democracy, is no longer suited to democracy. It happens. Better to know it than to keep pretending. History can go on. It must and will go on. We realized this truth in the shape of our institutions 4 generations ago. It is long past time for us to admit it openly to each other. There are communities and societies in America. To call America in 2020 a community or a society would be comical. There are broken fragments of these things around. There are a ton of atoms. There are even plenty of families and some extended families. In some places, there are churches which some people actually take seriously. There are even isolated traditional communities like the Amish or the Hasidim. But on a social graph, America today looks more like a refugee camp than a stable and thriving national community. And the men in this camp are Nietzsche's last men, C.S. Lewis's men without chests. If the Republic did not exist, no one would invent it. It is not just that this refugee camp would operate the vehicle badly, it is that they are too weak to operate it at all. So it will be taken from them, as it has been. So any plan involving permanently returning power to the American people is not a practical plan. Nature abhors a vacuum. The system will just recreate itself, or something else will create itself. It could easily be something else much worse. Any plan for a revolution that leaves any kind of power vacuum is an incomplete plan. If the designers leave a vacuum and their design is adopted, something fills it. There is always some crab for an empty shell. In this case, it really is better to stick with the regime we have. The virtue of the unusual plan. The unusual plan needs high energy, but the unusual plan does not need continuous energy. It only needs transient energy. In the unusual plan, the people need to care very energetically about their government, but they only need to care once. Their energy curve is like a spike, not a plateau. The top of this spike is still very high, but it might be reachable. Voters are the human fuel for the rocket launch of any regime change. For now, they chill. When their rocket is ready to launch, they assemble and file into the fuel tank. When it is time, they burn. They burn together. At one time, in one engine, at one temperature, in one direction, once. They burn hotter than the sun. In a few minutes, they are in space. Then, they chill. Organizing such an energy spike, while difficult, is a very different problem than restoring America's lost Puritan virtues. Such an organization is inherently transient itself, until there is actually a well-engineered rocket with a functional satellite sitting on the pad with everything ready to go. There is no need to even start accumulating political rocket fuel. Actual rocket scientists, who are certainly not needed in any large number, should not even know what power smells like. A rocket launch has only one chance to work. If we use this chance to try to restore the Republic, we are trying to restore a form we know does not work, and we know was designed for a country more different from ours than any on Earth today. It is possible to send a satellite into space. It is not possible to send a satellite into heaven. Our sentimental attachments to these old forms are noble and respectable. We owe it to our children to leave sentimentality behind in questions of national life and death. There is no other responsible reason to even consider a regime change. The only useful use of the Republic is to launch the rocket that escapes the Republic. Back to the system. After 10,000 words of reminding ourselves of just how dead the Republic is, we cannot help but feel a little love for the system that replaced it. I know how you feel. This is only one reason why anyone would have to read this far. But we cannot criticize the system until we admit that the system is beautiful. Anyone who dreams of political engineering must admire its massive concrete piers. It was not built by any one designer, or really built at all. It was needed. It evolved. But to appreciate evolution's beauty, we have to anthropomorphize it, empathizing with an architect beyond our imaginations. It is certainly not true that the system killed the Republic. The system was born inside a dying Republic. Something had to be born. Something worse could have been born. The system established a new world order. Mankind made it into the nuclear age without any serious nuclear warfare. The system evolved because it was needed. It has more than earned your respect. Even if you loathe and want to erase it, respect it. But the system remains a product of the early 20th century political engineering. It is no longer capable of significant change. It is by no means without flaw and cannot be objectively considered immortal. All regimes consider themselves immortal. If we want to do any kind of 21st century political engineering, we must understand as clearly as possible why the system doesn't work. Why it doesn't work. The system's main design error. The cathedral has authority without accountability. The cathedral holds everyone in the system responsible. It is responsible to no one. It has to be perfect. A helicopter has one nut, the Jesus nut, which holds the blades on and the bird in the air. The cathedral is the Jesus nut of the system's sanity and ours. Its architects had classical educations and understood the problem of quis custodes ipsos custodes, who will watch the watchman. They tried to solve it by structuring the cathedral as a decentralized network of prestigious institutions, each watching and being watched by all the others. They thought that this network would be permanently self-maintaining and even self-improving, with no single point of failure. The cathedral would be a marketplace of ideas, an infinitely self-renewing, self-improving garden of the mind. The brain would be a marketplace of scholarship. The voice would be a marketplace of stories. In this marketplace, the best scholarship and the truest stories would blossom and shine out through high windows to enlighten the dull, dirty, ignorant masses below. Everything at any time might not be perfect, but it could only get better. The dream was nothing less than the second coming of Bacon's great insurrection. Surely the technical pace of the 20th century and Henry Adams' dynamo justified this level of ambition. But a lot of big 20th century ideas didn't really work out, did they? The irony of the cathedral is that a decentralized prestige network can work very well. Indeed, there are many ways in which the cathedral still works very well. When the cathedral does anything that has no political implications, defining political as broadly as possible, it often performs much as designed. Its theorems are still true, but most of the things it studies are not theorems, especially the important things. A marketplace of ideas is an amazing device. It is not a regime. It is a tool for a regime. If it is put in charge, power will corrupt the marketplace and ruin the ideas. When no one can overrule the astronomers turn into astrologers. This is why a field without political implications, like math, can prosper intellectually even in a regime as power-soaked as the Soviet Union. But what has the post-Cold War academic consensus kept from, say, Soviet psychology? Since this bug is so important, it is the main difference between utopia and here, let's zoom in on the question of how power corrupts ideas.
Power, prestige, and the evolution of the dream. The irony of the brain is that its design would work quite well if it was not in power. But it has long since become a machine whose purpose is to wield power. Suppose no one cared what the brain thought. Suppose it was a network of vagrant, ragged scholar monks, the academic equivalent of 70s rock-climbing bums. Losers, but beautiful losers. In such a crow, which does not matter, which has no impact, there is one way for a person, doctrine, or institution to be prestigious, to be excellent. Suppose this community of obsessive, brilliant, intellectual bums is then lifted up and set in power. The ring is put on its finger. The brain is set at the head of the cathedral at the head of the system at the head of the world. But there is nothing above the head. The only real problem with the system is that the cathedral is unaccountable. Someone once said that unaccountable power corrupts, or something like that. But how does that happen? It happens because when the brain didn't matter, people in the brain had only one way to be prestigious. Now they have another, by mattering, by making an impact, even by changing the world. Being excellent still creates prestige. So does being relevant, and it may create even more. The brain develops power bias. A marketplace of ideas, like any Darwinian system, evolves for whatever it selects for. If it is selecting for power, for impact, for changing the world, it will evolve powerful doctrines, ethical justifications for wielding power. Over the decades, the brain poisons its own mind with its own power. It literally becomes power-crazed.
Two examples of power bias. Without passing judgment on the ideas themselves, let's look at two fundamental philosophical propositions that benefit from relevance bias: Rawls' veil of ignorance and consequential ethics. While both of these propositions are Humean oughts that anyone may accept or reject as a matter of aesthetic taste, they both reward power bias for the same reasons. They can serve as generalized ethical justifications of extra-legal power and violence. The 𝐍𝐢𝐫𝐚𝐲 veil of ignorance is an ethical exaltation of a utopian state of social equality which does not exist, and has never been observed to exist. By exalting this fair utopia above the unfair reality in which we live, 𝐍𝐢𝐫𝐴N ethics exalts the use of force to change the unfair reality into the fair utopia. This force is why it is so sexy. The actual human impact of 𝐍𝐢𝐫𝐴N force is almost always in some way grim. Consequential ethics literally authorizes you, the sovereign individual, to act not according to your legal duty, but your own sense of the ethical consequences of your actions.
Every man is a judge above the law.
Anyone with a 2-digit IQ can see how this can justify killing your enemies. If not killed, they would do more enemy stuff. Consequential ethics makes you into a Nietzschean blonde beast who knows no law but your own. Like James Bond, you can make the world a better place in whatever way befits your own best judgment. Bang! That was your best judgment. Consequential ethics are the ethics of Lucifer. This is why they are so sexy. To you, both these ethical models may seem good. To me, they seem criminal. This is an aesthetic choice. De gustibus non disputantum. But we should be able to agree objectively that they are both exciting, because they suggest the use of power. Power, like alcohol, distorts our aesthetic judgment. It can make bad ideas look okay, okay ideas look good, and good ideas look amazing. Power corrupts. This is how the cathedral is corrupted, not by repulsive force, but attractive force, not pressure, but suction. Its power does not repress heretical ideas. Its power rewards orthodox ideas. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The brain is not menaced by power, but tempted by power. It is not coerced by the infliction of power. It is seduced by the addiction of power. Its decentralized structure does not save it, because all nodes in this structure are subject to the same suction. This is why they all converge on a single synoptic perspective. Today, this is harder to see than it used to be. Threats, pressure, and repulsive forces are more common than they used to be. These autocratic methods are unworthy of the cathedral. It has often used them, but never needed to. Persecution is usually evidence of poorly disciplined human cruelty, a job perk for sadists. It is almost never actually a cold Machiavellian necessity of practical stagecraft. Everyone has to matter. Every person and institution is fighting like a lion for relevance. If they fall behind, they are devoured. It should not be surprising that this hunger grows so great that it competes with the field's original concept of excellence. The only exceptions are fields like pure mathematics, which cannot be made relevant. The cathedral's mathematicians may spout its praises, but their proofs are still true. The exception really does prove the rule. Beyond these indigestible nuggets of rigor, everything is about power all the time. Remember the doctrine of synoptic infallibility? Power bias, not infallibility, is the correct explanation for synopticism. The dream is pure, distilled, narcissistic vanity. It is not always wrong, of course.
Neurological correlates of political fantasy. The brain is as big as ever. It may even be bigger. But when fields of the brain or any branch of the cathedral are poisoned by power, amyloid kills all the actual neurons. The skull of the cathedral, as far as actual thought goes, is often quite empty. Within the cranium of the terminal power addict, every neuron is connected to feeling big and important and powerful. There were other neurons, but they shriveled up, turned black, and die. The addict is generally incapable of actual empathy, only political empathy. And most of this lust for meaning goes not into power, but into mere appearance of power. Power porn. If there is any fighting style that prevails in mixed martial arts, it is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If there is any trope that prevails in the modern marketplace of ideas, it is the pornography of importance. Understanding this force is the way we parse the dream. What does every dream in the dream have in common? It makes the dreamer feel important, often in an abstract way that just feels like being a good person. It may seem amazing that in the early 21st century, reasonable people measure their own and each other's moral worth by which political party or movement they admire, but this is historically normal. Why should our own period be above history? When we drive down a quiet suburban street and see a row of deputy slogans on a lawn signs, we are to some extent looking at Havel's greengrocer. I am afraid and unquestionably obedient, but not so much, not yet. As Havel says, the greengrocer did not really care if the workers of the world united, or if they would prefer to remain separate. He did not think about the actual words on his sign. This amused indifference was bad news for the Eastern system. Here it is different, for now. Here what the sign says is, I matter. The system, like any regime, lives because its people support it. The lower class supports it because it supports them. The upper class feels important because they support it. The system is not Czechoslovakia in the 70s. The system is still psychologically quite strong. The middle class is socially intimidated by the upper class, and if needed, can be physically intimidated by the lower class. The upper class thinks collectively about others, because leadership is the natural dream of any aristocrat. The lower class thinks individually about themselves, so they can be hired. Loyalty is the cardinal value of the dependent. The middle class thinks collectively about themselves because the middle class forms communities and patriotism is the essence of the community spirit. Obviously, leadership, patriotism, and loyalty are all good things, or they can be. They can also be corrupted by power. They can also be faked. They can also become pornography of themselves. The dream is political pornography for nobles and or aspiring nobles. Once you realize that dreaming the dream makes you feel good because it makes you feel like some grand aristocrat, a Venetian doge, a Roman proconsul, or white sultan of Sarawak, no rapacious tyrant you, but a true benefactor of your people, you start to have to think clearly about what this intellectual powder is doing to your brain. At least everyone else is in on it too.
The case for 21st century nihilism. Nihilism is a beautiful word, and no one is really using it today. I propose we loot it. No one will confuse any of us with Nechayev. What is 21st century nihilism? Nihilism means two things which are both the same. First, nihilism is detachment, the opposite of mattering. Second, nihilism is starting from nothing. Perhaps we can call them special and general nihilism. Suppose Mars had a parallel civilization. We could observe Mars with powerful telescopes. We could even follow their history. We could not talk to them, shoot at them, visit them, or affect them in any other way. Then, when we study the history of Mars, we might have no ulterior political motives, just as when we study mathematics or chemistry. Ideally, we could not even draw analogies from Mars history to Earth history. There would be no utility at all in studying Mars. A few nerds would only do it because it was cool, like train buffs. Think about how different this path is from the path of the study of recent Earth history. which all too often seems composed almost entirely from ulterior motives, and whose prestige is deeply connected with its power and political utility. But it is much less different from the study of ancient Babylonian, Egyptian, or Chinese history, which today's historians study much more as if their subject was Mars. What if we studied Earth this way, without any interest at all in affecting it, for better or worse? We would have to affect this disinterest. It would, at some level, be a pose. But people are good at posing. A pose becomes a ritual becomes a habit becomes our nature. The habit of nihilism is the habit of not mattering. This is special nihilism, a beautiful little habit. And this habit would generate much better history. For only one example. In fact, although this history was not designed as a weapon, because this history was not designed as a weapon, it will end up a much sharper and more dangerous weapon. This is the great paradox of special nihilism, but it only works if you respect its rules. Special nihilism is just a special case of general nihilism. General nihilism tells us that it is okay to matter after all. It is just not okay to matter to the present. When we are trying to matter to the future, we still have the same spirit of detachment. The future is as unreachable as Mars, or more. Our future is very ambitious, which helps us to emotionally separate from it. It's quite likely that none of us will live to see it. Did Marx live to see the USSR? Everything we observe about the present tells us that if there is any future that is categorically different from it, this future will not and cannot be built on top of the present. It must be difficult from scratch on a clean slate, ex nihilo. Getting to this clean state involves destruction. It need not be violent destruction. It can and should be peaceful demolition. Moreover, there is nothing useful anyone can do to plan for destruction or demolition. Demolition may be exciting, but it is not a nihilist plan, just the first chapter of a nihilist plan. But this prerequisite grants nihilists the right to think neither about how to fix unfixable situations or how to destroy them, but about what to replace them with. This field of absolute public policy is a completely open field of thought. It is not small, it is almost completely empty. A new life awaits you on the off-world colonies. True, if the modern system is as immortal as it believes, our work will never be used. Sad, but not unusual among early 21st century scholarly endeavors. True, every regime in history, every dynasty, every republic, even every church, has considered itself immortal. True, there's a first time for everything. But
Hey guys, thanks for watching. My name is Nick. I'm with a group called the Unists. What do you guys think, though? Let me know in the comments whether there's anything you guys agree or disagree with. What are your thoughts on the difference between the Republic and the system? Prescriptive and descriptive constitutions. What are your thoughts on the Bureau, the Dream, the Cathedral as a whole? Do you think the Cathedral is the answer to human history or a cancer on it? What are your thoughts on prestige and the legitimacy that it offers within or without the Cathedral? In the description below you can find links to some of the charts that were used in this video. You can also follow us on Twitter and Instagram at the Unists, TheUnists. Join us at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. On Sundays we have an open discussion in our Discord server, which you can join via the link down below. The conversation continues in the comments below, but other than that, there's not much else to say other than we'll see you in the circle.